Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm hoping that we got the audio fixed today. I assume you heard the music. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're at. Yeah, I had to jam a little bit this morning. Welcome to the live stream. I'll be covering updates on the war for the last 24 to 48 hours in Iran and any situations that have arisen. Hit that like on the way in. It helps the algorithm, and it's the best way to share that you enjoy this type of content with YouTube. And if you want to support the channel in other ways, there are links in the description. Thanks to all those that serve in the military and who have family that serve in the military. Let's see, you heard me and heard the music. Well, I'm hoping today that all the audio's good to go. Yesterday, for some reason, any audio from the stream itself would not go through. So hopefully everything should be good. I tested it before the stream too on another stream, on a private stream, and it looks like everything was good. All right. Hey, Moon Goddess, how's it going? How you feeling? And I saw that I just told you to stop spamming. I think it's the multiple emojis. NinjaBot does its own thing. I have no control over NinjaBot. All right. So we'll start off. We'll do our headlines, and then we'll go on to the clips. And obviously, we're live monitoring as well. And let me know if you can hear that just came on. It should sound like some background noise. Good morning, Gizzard Gary. How's it going? Let me know if you guys can hear the news.
This war is felt by everyone across the world because,
all right, perfect. So I think we're good to go then. Let me turn this down a little bit. There's some mixed news on Khamenei's son, but we'll get to that here in a minute. So today's headlines, we'll start off. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, he issued his first war statement, vowing continued attacks on the U.S., Israel, and Gulf states, and keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. And as we know, some ships are getting through. They're turning off their transponders and forcing their way through. Some have been hit, unfortunately. And I have not heard of any direct deaths yet, but they've definitely lost some ships. Now, that's interesting because Khamenei got hit during the attack on his father, supposedly, and he lost a leg, according to some reports. He has, like, liver injuries and other things, too. And some people said he's even in a coma. So, did he really issue this statement? I don't know. And we'll dig a little bit more into that later. Missiles and drones were struck and intercepted near several Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE overnight. And remember, Iran said they were going to stop attacking them as long as the U.S. would quit attacking certain things, and clearly they're not doing that. So they're going against their own word there. Explosions and drone incidents were reported in Dubai, including one close to downtown areas near the Burj Khalifa. Multiple oil tankers were hit or set on fire near Iraqi waters, further escalating tensions. And Iranian land forces and Hezbollah launched hundreds of rockets towards northern Israel, triggering air raid alarms and Israeli counterstrikes. There have been some hits in Israel. Obviously, they're still keeping tabs on everything. They're trying to keep all that stuff down. So it seems as though there's a pretty good chance that they have been hit more than what we've seen, but they're not going to share that, so no one's going to be able to see it. But there's some stuff that leaks out here and there. And reports say dozens of U.S. service members were injured in a drone strike on Kuwait, marking one of the largest reported attacks on U.S. forces in the conflict so far. We know that before, I believe there were 7 or 8 confirmed deaths, and that was from the airstrike on Kuwait previously. That is the radio. Okay, so that is the radio I'm testing out for the EAMs, for the nuclear attack codes and things from the military. So if you hear something come in like that, that's most likely what it is. So we'll let that keep going. Russia publicly called for the U.S. and Israel to halt the war, warning that the conflict is destabilizing the entire region, which is interesting considering that they've been at war with Ukraine for like 50 years, right? Well, it's been like 3 years, but long time. And they can't even figure out their own war. So the fact that they're giving advice like this is very interesting. And there were some historic and cultural centers that were destroyed in Iran. And overall, state overnight The war spreading beyond Iran and Israel into the wider Gulf. Shipping, oil infrastructure, and U.S. bases are increasingly being targeted, and energy markets and globe trade routes are now heavily affected. So that's kind of the headlines from the last 24 to 48 hours. There is also this, which let me share this over here too. There's a few things that I want to show you about the Supreme Leader. So Iran's new leader, this is one report. He's in a coma and has lost a leg days after Trump killed his father. And they said he also has liver damage and some other things. But if he's in a coma, then how is he giving a statement? So that's one report. And they get really detailed into, let's see, 1 or 2 of his legs have been cut off. His liver or stomach is also ruptured. He's apparently in a coma as well. So this is one report. This is coming from the Express, and I've seen it a few other places as well. And then we have another one that says the Iranian Supreme Leader just has a fractured foot and face lacerations. So I don't know what's correct, but it seems as though from one report he could have done the statement and he's fine. He just has a couple little, minor injuries. The other one says his legs are gone and he's in a coma. I don't know which one it is, but I thought I'd bring you both just in case, because the fog of war, we don't really know what's true and what's not. So very, very interesting. And I don't see anything actively going on, so we can probably get into clips. And of course, right as I say that. Let's see if anything's live here. So Israel is lit up right now as far as incoming. I'm trying to see if it's missiles or drones or what. It says... It just says frontline incident. Let me know if that's too loud. That sound that you're hearing right now. Is that pretty loud? If it's too loud, I can certainly turn it down. I didn't hear anyone say, oh, it's fine. Okay. I just want to make sure it's not like blowing out the speakers. Smarty Pants, that's correct. Iran would never say if he was in a coma. There are sources claiming that he's in a coma. So, again, that's the fog of war, right? Just like if something happened to Trump, we just wouldn't see him for a month and they'd say that he's in a bunker or something, right? So, yeah, it sounds like a quiet tea kettle. So, yeah, we don't know 100% if he's, injured or not for sure. But we do have some pizza spikes earlier. Actually, I think I took a picture of it. Let me double check. Let's see. We had some big spikes this morning. And we know the pizza index is just an indicator of how busy the Pentagon is at any given time. So let me show you. This was the image I took this morning. So we had 833% spike at one, 476 at another, and 200% at another. So it seems like they were in a pretty busy war rooming or war gaming this morning based on that. Someone asked who's in a coma. Ali Khamenei's son, Machaba, is supposedly in a coma, according to some sources. Other sources say that he just has a broken foot. So we don't really know what's true. And I guess he is the new leader. But I also heard reports that the old president might come back and take over. I know the U.S. is looking at certain people. Trump is not happy about Machaba being back or being available. And when he was asked if he thought this would be successful if his son was still in power or alive, he basically said no. So that tells us that there's a pretty good chance they're going to try and take him out if they haven't already. Let's see. When did Trump say gas was $1.15 a gallon? I'll move today to wherever gas is $1.15 a gallon. I don't think this is going to end up being a forever war. I think it's going to be one of those situations where it's going to be rough for a while, and then it's going to figure itself out. All right, so based on everything looking pretty pretty tame at the moment. It's usually overnight when most of the attacks happen, but we'll go ahead and go through the updates, and then we can hear everything. So while we're doing updates, if there's any explosions or anything or alarms, we'll hear it all. All right, so let's get into these. So this is supposed to show a mass exodus from Lebanon. Interstate's backed up. People trying to get out of there. Apparently, a missile came out of Lebanon, and that Lebanon hit Israel. And now everyone says Israel is just going to go all out on Lebanon, on the government and Hezbollah. So that remains to be seen if that's actually going to happen or not. But not looking good for them. This is a spot. What they're doing in Israel is Hezbollah launches, and then as soon as that launch goes, they see where it came from, and then they hit that spot. And that's what happened here. So pretty good strategy overall, as long as their initial strike doesn't take anything out major, right? As long as their strike's not hitting your missiles. And this is the first time I've seen that a U.S. Lucas attack drone, which is very similar to the Shahed, and if you look at it, they look very similar as well. But this is the first time I've ever seen it used in war. This is the first time I've ever seen any American drone used in war that was like a kamikaze or suicide-style drone. Of course, there's music, but that's it. It's diving right now towards the target. Then it hits, and we don't see a big explosion, but we do see some smoke come up right there. So very interesting to see the U.S. getting into drone warfare, considering that seemed to be a kind of just like a Ukraine-Russia thing, but it's expanding. And then this is very interesting. High-resolution satellite imagery release shows the Telegon 2 facility, which is a nuclear military complex in Tehran. And this one got hit by some bunker buster type bombs. And you can see the holes on the roof right there over the entrance. Hopefully you can see that. But this is when they drop them from high altitude and they break through. And then once they break through and go down as far as they can, or a certain depth, they can program them to a certain depth, then they explode underground. So it looks like this one got hit by 3 of them. Very interesting. And that's the same thing that we used on the previous nuclear strike during the 12-day war. When they went through, it was similar. They used a lot more, though. I think it was like 6 or 7 that they dropped, and you could see the holes through the top of it. They went down and exploded underneath. And I actually think I can make this a little bit bigger. There was a stabbing. They're trying to figure out what's terrorist attacks these days and what is just business as usual. It does seem like there's more attacks and more shootings and stuff happening now. But this was a Shas MK, was wounded in a stabbing attack in Ramat Gan. He was stabbed from behind, and this is blurred out, but I'm going to show part of it. But paramedics got to him, and so far, it seems like he's going to make it. They're not sure what the motive is, but a lot of people are obviously thinking it might be terror-related. So just randomly out of nowhere, runs up, stabs him, attacks him. You know, the guy's kicking and fighting back. So, terrible situation. And we might start seeing more of this stuff. This might pick up over time as all the war continues, and they keep telling their terror cells to activate, the sleeper cells. This is just multiple attacks happening. We don't need to look at all these, but just more explosions that are happening in the Baghdad, Iraq. So this is actually the U.S. and Israel attacking the Sacred Camp. This is interesting. Trump is saying that the Iran national school team is welcome to the World Cup, but he doesn't really believe it's appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety, which makes sense if you think about it. But some people are saying it's kind of strange, right? And I think at one point he invited them to come to America for safety, some state in Australia. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that do you think they should be invited to the World Cup? Do you think they should be there? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they should come. Put a 2 if you think they shouldn't. And that's, of course, assuming that when they go back home, they're not killed by their own people for not standing for their anthem. It looks like we got some 1s coming in. 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, six. I heard that at least 5 or 6 defected initially in Australia, and then I heard when they got to another country, like 3 more escaped. So there's at least 8 or 9 that are not going back. And this is a launcher getting hit. American strike on an Iranian fuel liquid ballistic missile. And as you can see, they're just some monstrous explosions. This is supposedly, this does not look like a Reaper to me, but it says the Islamic Republic hit an MQ-9A Reaper. The MQ-9A Reaper, let me pull one up here really quick. Does not look like that to me. So like we pull this over here. So if you look at this, for example, this does not look like, if you look at how long these wings are and how long this thing is overall, and you go back and you look at the signature on that radar, that doesn't look like the same thing to me. But they hit one anyway. Supposedly one of our drones with a missile. And that's like 12 million gone, if that is one of those. So, not good. More attacks in Lebanon. Beirut. This one was supposedly a targeted attack, like an assassination attempt. And it seems like they're getting intelligence that a lot of these leaders are shacking up in these apartment buildings and these residential areas. So they do give a warning. They do what's called a double tap. So not traditional double tap where they bomb and then bomb again, but they do this thing where they knock, basically. So they do a smaller munition above where they're about to hit, and that's to scare people out of the area. And then a short time after that, then the actual real bomb hits. So, hey, Kentucky girl, how's it going? And a fire broke out aboard the USS Gerald R. Ford. A lot of people said it was a strike from Iran, a missile or a drone or something. But apparently news is coming out that it was just a fire on board. It's been taken care of. And the Gerald R. Ford is fully functional. So there were 2 people that got injured. But this was interesting. When I first heard this, I was like, uh-oh, they got us, right? They finally hit our aircraft carrier. You know, I figured at some point it was going to happen. Are they reporting any Israel attacks to us? As in, are we seeing Israel get attacked? Yes, there are some of those. Most of them are around the cluster munitions and those type of things. We're not seeing like the daily updates where there's like several videos of missiles coming in. But according to sources, there's not a lot of missiles being launched, right? So the launch capability supposedly went down 80% when all of their launchers got hit. So I could see that being possible. So we'll see. Hey, El Serena, how's it going? And then this is in South Korea. They're transferring THAAD missile defense systems from South Korea to the Middle East. So that should be a sign to most people that things are escalating or we're in over our head there and we need more support, more defense.
기지에서 사드 발사대 6대가 반출됐습니다.
They have music in there, but this is just the THAAD systems being transported in South Korea. So when they're moving stuff away from other theaters of combat or other areas, other allies, then that tells you we're probably in over our head a little bit. This is Mike Waltz from the UN.
135 countries. And I read every one of them signed up with us. I read every one of them out loud. But I just can't emphasize enough for the Gulf Arabs to come together. And they've been kind of at loggerheads over Yemen and Sudan and all kinds of other things. To stand uniformly is incredibly powerful. And now today, and this is the part I don't think is getting a lot of attention, we are going to go the next round of snapback sanctions. Again, you know, kind of in this guise of where's the UN any good or helpful. President Trump put maximum pressure back in. He had it his first term. Biden lifted it. President Trump put it back in last year, and now the rest of the world will be with us. And the thing that's not changing right now is the absolute devastation that's going on within the Iranian economy. Their currency is in free fall. Their reserves are in free fall. If you remember the protests just a few months ago, it was from their merchant class. And that isn't going to get any better for this regime. 135.
So, I mean, according to a lot of sources, like I see some of you guys saying these guys are psychos or whatever, but it seems like a lot of these people are saying the same exact thing, kind of similar to what we saw when everyone attacked certain influencers online with the exact same messaging at the same time, on the same day, even a few hours apart. So, you know, it makes you wonder with like this mainstream media we've known for a while, a lot of them are telling lies, spreading propaganda. But I wonder in this case if they're all kind of on the same payroll type of thing. Yeah, very interesting. And then this is everyone knows that the Al-Aqsa Mosque is a holy place, not just to the Muslims, but also to the Jews. And apparently this is showing a missile that hit basically right next door. So obviously that would cause probably a significant increase in the intensity of the war if this place was destroyed. By both sides, technically. Naval escorts cannot happen right now in the Strait of Hormuz, is what they're saying. And if you look at the Strait of Hormuz here, there's a lot less congestion than there was. But there are still, in this choke point here, there are still attacks that are happening. So they're saying that naval escorts cannot happen right now. And if you remember, Trump was saying that that's something they were going to do, right? So that's interesting. We saw the stabbing. This is, I don't know if you remember, I shared this story, but I don't know if you guys were all here during that. But they apparently painted images of these fighter jets and helicopters and stuff on the ground that from satellite looked like a legitimate target, and they were hitting them. Well, this is supposed to show that these are real, actual F-14s that got hit and blown up. So you can see the shadow and stuff off of it, and you can see the left side is before, right side is after, and you can see there's actually damaged and twisted metal, and this one's much more clear that you can see. So based on this, it would seem that not all of them were paintings, or the whole painting thing was just like some kind of hoax that went out. But definitely some hits, for sure. We have some very big explosions. I know that some of you were not on the stream last time and missed some of this stuff, but this is a Thai crew, and this is from one of the ships. We're seeing a lot of this. So from ships that are in the Strait of Hormuz that are stranded there, they're taking pictures and images of other ships that are smoking. Obviously, they've been hit by something. Some are hit by drones, some by missiles, some underwater drones. This in Beirut. Let me check that camera really quick. I don't see any new strikes. Okay. I think we're good there. But it's just interesting how they're all sitting over here sharing this stuff. You know, like some big hits like this, that whole bottom's blown out. And Trump was saying they should go if they're brave enough. I mean, if it was me and I owned one of these companies, I'd probably not have my guys go through there. But you're also taking a huge hit financially. Let me see. Someone's talking about the poll. Let's finish that poll, shall we? Does Trump regret this war with Iran? %51% says he won't admit it if he does. 31% says yes. 18% says no. Now, remember, he was trying to throw other people under the bus, too. He was basically saying that, yeah, some people saying they like the music at the intro. You know, I think I think right now he is having some regrets. And I think that's why he brought up that everyone else convinced him to do this. So then it can look like it wasn't his initiation. But very interesting. Yeah, this is, I can't tell exactly what that is, but it's definitely a machine gun. And I can't tell what caliber and stuff it is, but they usually have military or at least police on board these vessels to counteract pirates and stuff like that. So definitely needed when you're out on the open sea like that. And this is interesting too. I kind of agree with his point.
Fortunately, the United States, we produce more oil than we consume. We're a net oil exporter. So overall for the U.S. economy, this isn't bad news. But of course, who President Trump is worried about is not overall. He's worried about every single American consumer. And so, yes, of course, he's concerned about the rising energy prices through this short-term period that people have to suffer. So, fortunately, the United States.
So you think that would make sense if we export a ton of oil because we can't consume it all. We have more than what we need here locally. So we're not necessarily in an energy crisis here, but prices and stuff are going to continue to rise and cause a lot of problems across the globe. There are some more larger strikes in Beirut, and it's interesting that it seems like Beirut is getting hit more often right now than Iran. But of course, they have internet blackout, so we're only seeing what's on people's cell phones so they can actually get out of the country. You can see the missiles, interceptors going up. Probably 20, 30, probably about 30 interceptors went up. Looks like there's at least 4 or 5 major strikes that hit.
وأرفقت بطبعا رشقات الرصاص الخطاط. زهراء تفضلي.
Yeah, someone was talking about, I see a laser comment. There was someone talking about the U.S. using lasers and the laser dome in Israel being used. I don't know if that's official or not. I saw a video on it. The thing we just looked at, this is actually in Lebanon. Angela Brooks. But yeah, all those interceptors that just went up, that was like $30 million. They just launched stuff right there, which is insane to think about. But I mean, they're spending billions per day on this war. And then people were just talking about how they're calling for these evacuations in Beirut from Israel. And they're thinking that Lebanon's going to get lit up pretty hard because they are allowing Hezbollah to continue attacking Israel. We don't have to watch that. A lot of people saw it yesterday. This is their fast attack boats. So everyone's saying that Iran has like something up their sleeve. They have these like crazy missiles and technology that they haven't pulled out yet. They have surprises for us that we're not ready for. And this is supposed to be in line with that. There's probably music, I'm guessing. But this shows their fast attack ships. So if they were to, for example, say if 40 or 50 of these all went at once towards the carriers, could they do something? I don't know. But I just see machine guns on them. But they're saying that this is supposed to be like a next wave. Yeah, there's music, so we'll just look at it. But, stuff like this, I don't know exactly how much damage these could do. It looks like they do have rockets on them as well. So, and they have, looks like they have dozens of them. And those are mines. So if these were all to launch all at once, they could probably do some decent damage, especially in the Strait of Hormuz. And as we know, based on the religion and everything going on, they don't really care if they die or not. So they could be used in like a kamikaze type manner. So that could be not fun. And then we have more explosions. This is in Oman specifically. So Oman had a facility that was hit and huge flames. It's been burning for a long time. So we're seeing other places that are not Iran, obviously, and are not Israel, taking major damage. You heard Iran has 400-mile-per-hour torpedoes? Let's look. Let's see if they do. That would be insane. But I wouldn't be surprised. That's kind of their specialty, right? Kind of like those, like missile-like munitions. Let's see. Iran possesses high-speed, supercavitating torpedoes known as the Hoot or the Whale. They seem to be reverse-engineered from a Russian Sklaval. They can exceed speeds of 220 miles per hour. So it looks like their fastest ones are about 220-ish, which is still pretty fast, which is about 400 kilometers, 360 to 400 kilometers per hour. Interesting. So they could mess you up pretty bad if they wanted to. I don't know if we have... I don't know if the U.S. has... So like I know in China, they have underground radars and seismic systems and stuff to sense for submarines and like incoming missiles and stuff. I wonder if the U.S. has anything like that around like the base of the aircraft carriers. That'd be interesting. Like if there was a submarine or something below, would they be able to sense it? Yeah, I heard about that too. It says they can be like triggered to go to the surface. That would be interesting. Is anyone getting high gas prices right now in your area? Like, what are you looking at for gas? I think I'm around like the $2. I think it's about $2.80, something like that. $2.80 a gallon. Is anyone over $3 per gallon? This is supposedly 310, 349, 350. It's not as high as I would expect. 435 Arizona. Yeah, I'll stay here. But so this is an image, supposedly. This has not been proven to be AI or anything else. This is a view from the Strait of Hormuz, supposedly, right? So you have this tanker here. You have a few different ships that are on fire. You have a building on fire in the background. So the Strait of Hormuz, according to this, looks like a war zone. So I think it's worse than what people are actually reporting on. Where is that at? That is in... That's Israel. Let's see. Is there anything going on there? It's interesting to have random... Huh. I guess there's nothing going on. I don't hear explosions or anything. So I don't think it's related to the... to any of the alerts or anything going off. All right. So that is the clips and the news for the last 24 to 48 hours. So I'll continue monitoring the news. And look for anything that's newer incoming. And I have Al Jazeera pulled up right now.
Regional countries is that they attacks, the strikes from those territories on Iranian territories should be halted, but the reality on the ground, seeing the continued nature of these strikes, is far from any point that we can call de-escalation. He also talked about the support of Iran and the collaboration and coordination between the country and its regional partners, or what he called the axis of resistance, and also the commitment he talked about, he promised in terms of retaliation and compensation, and also a message to regional countries that Tehran tries to keep good relations despite the wartime conditions with these countries. This is just the gist of the matter from this, I would say, lengthy statement that came out from the Supreme Leader. It was broadcast in a written form, of course, on the state TV, and people are waiting to see when he is going to come out for a public speech.
The Iranian Supreme Leader's comments are sending shockwaves across the globe. We'll be going to our correspondent at the White House in just a moment. First, though, we go to Beirut, where Israel is launching a new wave of strikes on Lebanon's capital. The Israeli army says it is targeting infrastructure linked to the armed group Hezbollah. More than 600 people have been killed in Lebanon since the fighting resumed earlier this month. Bernard Smith is in the Lebanese capital. Bernard, let's bring up the live footage of this building that is in the center of the Lebanese capital. So this is no longer the southern suburb of Dahieh, where we saw strikes a little earlier. You told us about those. But what we're now going to show our viewers is a building that is earmarked for destruction, I beg your pardon. What do you know? What have you been able to learn?
Well, in fact, a second strike on that second building has come in the last 5 minutes. This was a branch of Al-Qad al-Hassan, which is this, what Hezbollah would call a sort of micro-lending institution sanctioned by the US Treasury, is essentially a shadow bank of Hezbollah, accused of funneling funds to Hezbollah. It's also used for microloans for many Shia who can't rely on the traditional banking system. And the Israelis have just actually put out a statement saying that second building they targeted, they're saying that in the basement of the building were millions of dollars in funds in a safe in the basement level of the building. I beg your pardon. That's the first building that was hit. They say a basement in there was where money was being stored and guarded by Hezbollah fighters. That's why they hit it. They say this was being kept in a residential building, was extremely dangerous. That first building that was hit downtown this evening, they hit a specific part of that building. And then, as I say, the second building, this is Al-Qad al-Hassan. And in the meanwhile, more strikes on the southern suburbs behind me, causing considerable destruction, although that's pretty much depopulated now. All those people, these 800,000 who've been forced to flee, many of them are from over there. But it's in central Beirut. The sound of the explosions rattling this building that is causing the greatest concern at the moment.
And Bernard, what's happening in southern Lebanon, where Israel has significantly expanded, in fact, the forced evacuation area?
Yeah, what they've done is, for the first time today, traditionally, well, until today, they've been telling people to flee north of the Litani River. Well, they've now identified another river about 30 kilometers up from the Litani, creating another line, saying that people should evacuate to this level, the Zorani River.
Interestingly, Zelensky is saying that it was the Iranians who launched the first Shahed drones at Ukraine. Russian operators did not exist yet. They were trained to do this. So he's saying that Iran played a huge role in the Ukraine-Russia war. So I think he feels like he's very validated in training the U.S. and allied forces how to use drone warfare. So that's very interesting.
And it will not tolerate incitement to hatred or division. And that particular statement is because when the Israelis start targeting areas out of the traditional Hezbollah strongholds, when I mean central Beirut, this risks creating sectarian tension, because people who are not supporters of Hezbollah, not Shia, are living in these areas and resent the idea or are fearful that people coming in are causing these airstrikes.
Bernard Smith reporting from Beirut. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities in the Middle East. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has confirmed an attack on fuel storage tanks at a facility in Muharraq. It says authorities are securing that site. Iraq has suspended oil operations at its ports. That is after 2 foreign fuel tankers, including one owned by an American company, were hit in the port of Al-Faw in the south. At least 1 crew member was killed and another 38 were rescued. In Oman, multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah on Wednesday. The attack caused explosions and a major fire. Salalah is an important hub for tankers wanting to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And 4 cargo ships have been attacked in the strait in the past 2 days. One was a Thai-flagged vessel. 20 crew members were rescued after a fire broke out on board. Iran's foreign ministry now says that many ships can actually pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That is, if they coordinate with the Iranian Navy. They're saying this just in the last few minutes. Let's turn now to Mike Hanna at the White House. So, Mike, Iran is disrupting the global energy market. That, of course, has ripple effects for consumers really around the world. And when I say around the world, I do mean around the world. Europe, Asia, Africa, the United States. All of this raises the cost of this war and the pain threshold for everybody. What is Donald Trump saying about it?
Well, Donald Trump has put a posting out on Truth Social reacting to the increasing oil shortage within the world. And it's very interesting to actually take a look at what he says. He says that the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. What the President of the United States is implicitly saying there is that the rising oil prices are good for the United States because it produces so much. Now, this is something that is not going to be understood by the American public in general, who are paying more than 20% more now at their fuel pumps than they did a week ago. But President Trump saying, well, actually, these shortages are good because the United States makes more money because it produces so much oil. Well, it doesn't really impact like that. And the president also overlooking the global impact of these oil shortages as they intensify and are likely to intensify in the days and weeks ahead.
Mike, Donald Trump said several days ago that he was going to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, right? He was going to keep the flow of oil from the oil and energy producing region that is the Middle East through the Strait of Hormuz out to their customers really across the world. Iran is saying, no, you're not going to do that because this is on our coast and we control this very much, and that is our leverage. Does the U.S. have an actionable plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, shortly after this conflict began, President Trump said, oh, well, we will keep the Strait of Hormuz open. We will detail U.S. Navy vessels to escort tankers through. At one stage, his energy secretary said, yes, that had actually happened, but no, it has not. And now the very self-same energy secretary is saying that the U.S. Navy cannot escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz because all its naval vessels are engaged in these ongoing operations. He says that perhaps by the end of the month, then U.S. naval vessels can begin operating through that strait. Now, that is a very narrow bit of water. A billion-dollar warship is under threat of attack from the shore as well as from the air. So the U.S. now backtracking essentially on its promise to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Observers for months, if not years, had been warning that one of the first consequences of action against Iran would be a closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the resultant destruction of the global economy. Well, that is precisely what has happened, despite President Trump's assurances that it wouldn't.
All right, Mike Hanna, thank you very much, reporting there from the White House. Iran's new supreme leader also used his first public statement to address his country's attacks on neighbors, including Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi. Tehran has targeted nations hosting U.S. interests, including military bases. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei said, quote, "We have 15 countries as land or maritime neighbors, and we have always been and remain willing to have warm and constructive relations with all of them. But for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. In the latest assault, some military bases were used, and naturally, as we had explicitly warned, and without intending to harm those countries, we attacked only those bases," end quote. Let's bring in Zohreh Khwarazmi. She's an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and you're joining us live from the Iranian capital, Zohreh. What did you think of what you heard from your new supreme leader? It was the first time that he addressed, well, Iran, the Iranians, and the rest of the world.
Yeah, actually, what Ayatollah Khamenei mentioned was having different parts addressing the people, the axis of resistance, the neighboring countries, and interestingly, he ignored the United States and Israel to be directly addressed. But the whole message was...
We have a pretty big spike again. So we're at 357% at Domino's, 372 at Pizzato, and 189 at District Pizza. And remember, this is nighttime in the Middle East, and that's when a lot of the attacks happen. So based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like something might be kicking off right now or here shortly. Nothing on the radiation, nothing out of the ordinary. This is just a heat map. This shows where fires are from the NASA fire repository. This is showing different attacks and things that are ongoing right now. I don't see any. Typically, they'll show paths of missiles and rockets and things like that. That's assuming it stays up to date. But it says there's 556 aircraft from the U.S. involved, 9 different satellites. there have been no earthquakes in the last like 24 hours. At least in this area, I should say. No big ones. This only shows ones over 2.5. Flight radar wise, let me turn off the timer here. So flight radar, we're looking at refuelers. So we probably have, these are straddle tankers, and they're probably refueling fighter jets right now as we speak. We have some Globemasters and some various, why is this map not moving? There we go. We have Globemasters and some other various cargo ships. We have a Poseidon. Let's see where this one was before. So that one was flying pretty low, but looks like it's heading out this way. So this Poseidon is one of the planes that looks for nuclear radiation, usually specifically for nuclear subs. And it looks like it's heading back out this way again, heading towards the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll see where that one ends up. A lot of transport going on. We still have a lot of these smaller ships are ISR. So they're doing recon and surveillance. More transport. We still have our little drone. This little guy here. He's off the west coast of Lebanon, east coast of Cyprus. And he's just circling around in here over and over again. Probably doing some kind of surveillance or trying to see incoming. If there's any incoming missiles or rockets. I don't know if rockets can reach that far, but I know Lebanon has attacked Cyprus before. And then let's check the U.S. I know we had some increased activity on the coast based on these warnings that we're getting about these drones and things. So we have some surveillance planes. We have a Poseidon. So they must be looking for a sub in this area. Where's this off of? This is right off of Virginia Beach. So according to this, they might think something's there. Typically they circle like that if they suspect something in that area. More transport, more Globemasters. All right, let's look at just Poseidons right now. There's another one here, but it's not really, it went along the coast here, but it's not circling anything. So I don't know if it's detected anything at all at this point. But obviously Mar-a-Lago's down there, so they have to protect that. One just off of Los Angeles. Yeah, these are all just getting started. So they all just took off. You can see they all came from the same place. So they're probably going to start going up and down the coast here shortly, I'm guessing. So the only one I see that's legitimately doing something is right here. Off of Delaware and Virginia Beach. At about 12,000 feet. And again, this is not super uncommon during certain times. And I think this one is headed over here to the strait again. Last time it was mostly circling around down over here by Muscat, or Muscat, however you say that. So we'll just keep watching, keep monitoring. This would be typically the time of day when you would see attacks happen. So we'll stand and monitor and look for that. Let's go and turn back on the other planes. There was another drone that typically would come out every day, and I am not seeing it today. Have a few rescue helicopters. So this is the only drone I'm seeing at the moment off the east coast of Cyprus. Oh, looks like we have EAM coming in. I just want to check. Did you guys hear that? I might have to turn it up. Do y'all think that's a Russian or Chinese submarine off the East Coast? I think in most cases, based on the stuff that I've seen and heard from other people that have been tracking this stuff for a long time, typically it's going to be Russian. Hey, everyone over on Rumble. I see ya. I see you on Rumble. You can't hide. Can you guys put a 1 in chat if you could hear that radio, that EAM, and put a 2 if you couldn't hear it, if it was too low? This is my first time having it on the stream. I want to make sure it's loud enough that everyone can hear it. EAM. Looks like a radio check. All right, cool. Looks like you can hear it. So for anyone that's here right now, I'm going to be moving this coverage over basically 24/7. Yeah, Breaker 19, can I get a radio check? Yep, correct. But I'm going to be moving this footage over to my other YouTube channel. And I'll tell you why here in a second.
This is Incubate on 2475. Hot copy my station, over.
And for anyone that's listening, this does not mean that there's something crazy happening. If it's the first time you heard this radio, it's basically the chatter that goes back and forth between the military units, and it's mostly used for setting nuclear attack codes and stuff like that, which does not mean they're going to launch nukes or there's any issues with nukes. It just means they're getting their targets and things like that. There's a lot more to it, but that's the basics. So just because you hear something doesn't necessarily mean something's happening bad. So I just want to make sure you're not like panicking or something if you hear it. Hey, Bonnie, how's it going? All right, so over here, this is off-script radio, and I'll put it down in the chat. This is where all this stuff is going to live. So I'm going to be moving all the like war updates and news updates type stuff will go over to off-script radio. You know, I'm also going to have a 24/7, basically a monitoring stream, where it has all these cams and stuff you see here, along with the radio that you just heard, and the monitoring stuff for like flight radar and all that stuff. So it's all going to be over there. So you'll get the same information, and it will still be me. It'll just be on that channel. And then this channel is going to go back to doing primarily like investigative stuff, shooting, and all that. The reason I have to do it is because YouTube penalizes you if you mix around content too much, if that makes sense. So like doing the firearms training and then going into Charlie Kirk, for example, I took a hit because YouTube didn't know what to do. They didn't know who to send it to and who to share it with and that kind of stuff. And then when I went to doing the news, like doing the war news, I took a hit again on views because YouTube's like, we don't know who to push this to, right? So I'm going to separate it so both channels can do well, and I don't have to worry about Trigger Smart specifically getting hit. So let's do that. So if you guys can, go over to Offscript Radio and subscribe. And then, like I said, in the next week or so, I'll set up a 24/7 stream over there that you can always monitor the war stuff on. And then I'll also be doing my war updates over there as well. Moon Goddess wants me to check the Bering Sea. Yeah, give me just 1 second.
Robertson reports from central New South Wales.
So based on what that was showing, it looks like there's just the E3B Sentry and a couple other, yeah, I saw a muted mic, thanks. I just looked down, it's like number 2 was open and 1 was muted. Like, what? Yeah, so basically there's not much going on. We have a E3B Sentry, which is doing recon and that kind of stuff and just monitoring. And then we have a Beach, which does ASR. So they're just typical, typical rounds. There's nothing to be concerned about over there right now. So, and of course, there can be obviously planes flying with their transponder off, but even then, there doesn't seem to be a lot of activity in that area. Most of it seems to be on that west coast and down by Florida. Oh, we have more refuelers. So we have more Stratotankers, maybe a couple Pegasus. Yep, Pegasus mixed in. So they're probably doing just finished or just starting a refueling run for some fighter jets. They also refuel Globemasters and other stuff like that as well. And I believe they can do, I've heard they can do helicopters, but we'll have to double check. Let's see. I assume some of you are behind because you're saying I'm muted still. Let's see. And thank you for the mods for being here. You guys show them some love. And I'm just checking the chat here really quick. Let's see. 4 U.S. tankers being set on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. I haven't confirmed if all the tankers being hit are U.S. or U.S. allies. And I actually heard that some Chinese ones were either threatened or whatever. And obviously, China is an ally to Iran. So that's an issue that you get when people start doing these decentralized military, which is basically what's happened to Iran at this point. Hey, Anthony, how's it going? Yeah, I see some of you guys subbing over there. Make sure you guys go sub on Offscript Radio. I'll put the link in there one more time. But I'll basically, every day that I do this, I'll be reminding people. And then, like I said, in about a week or so, maybe sooner, I'll be switching over to that. And when I do post, I'll post on Trigger Smart for a while, telling people to go over there for the live streams. But after a while, obviously, it'll just live there. And then, like I said, too, I'll put a 24/7 live stream up. Maybe tonight, to be honest. I might try and get it going tonight and make it available for you guys. But it will be basically what you see on the screen now. It'll be all these different views of the Hormuz Strait, Pentagon Pizza, radiation, CENTCOM, earthquakes. It'll be that stuff kind of just cycling, going through that. It'll have the cams. And actually, that's a good question. So for the cams and stuff, do you guys want it set up where... Do you want it set up how it is now? Like how you see it on the screen? Obviously, I won't be there. So it'll be more like this or something similar. And apparently I can't play any news without me being here commentating over the top of it. So there won't be news, but there will be the cams and there will be the radio, the EAMs and that kind of stuff coming from the radio from the military. But do you want it set up like this? Or do you want it to actually cycle through like this? Like, do you want to go through the different cams like every 30 seconds or something and switch to these cams? And then like 30 seconds later, you know, switch to this cam and then switch over to the Intel. Like, do you want it like that? Or do you want it just on like one screen like this all at the same time? Yeah, someone's asking if they can cycle to a larger screen. So that's what I was thinking through is like, I mean, we can test it out. Obviously, we can adjust it as we go. But I'll probably have it set up like this and then have that cycle to bigger screens every once in a while. I think I can set all that stuff up on a timer that switches between them all. So, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like one's saying cycle through. Some are saying one screen. So, I think what I'll do is I'll set up one, and then I'll kind of get a feel for what people say and that kind of stuff. And I'll try and make it cycle through. I'll do the main big screen for the longest period of time. And then I'll have it like jump every once in a while to the other different ones and jump to the Intel screens and see how that goes. And then the radio will be playing the whole time. A lot of vote. Actually, you know what? Let's do a vote. Let's do an official vote. Let's do a poll on this one, shall we? All right. Should the war stream, war 24/7 stream, be mostly one screen or cycle? And you guys can vote on that here really quick. And of course, we always take feedback, right? So we'll start with this and we'll adjust it as we go to make sure it works the best for everyone. Can I do scrolling news? Yes, I can. That's a good idea. Like put updates in there that are scrolling through. Yeah, let me take notes on this here really quick. So I will do. All right, so 24/7 scrolling news tickers, which is very old school, but it's still very useful. Dashboard and cycle through the cams with radio. Okay. This should be a pretty good start. All right, cool. I will. Let me see what we're looking on updates. Just looking to see if there's any major updates right now. There's one more strikes on the Saker camp in Baghdad. So Iraq's getting hit pretty hard right now. Wait, is this real right now? Hold on a second. They said there's an active shooters at a Detroit synagogue. Hold on 1 second. Hold, please. $33 minutes ago. This would be the second synagogue I know that's had a shooting out in front of it in the last week or so. Yeah, it looks like there's. I'm trying to find a live view of it, but it looks like there's definitely something going on. I don't think there's any sound in this video. But this is showing, they said there's a massive response, lots of cop cars, tons of police cars and stuff out here, ambulances. So it looks like a synagogue's been shot at. So let me see if I can find a live news report on it. That's terrible.
Her way to the scene, Camille.
Looks like Fox 2 might have something. Yeah, here we go.
We have been hearing sirens and seeing cars the whole way. We were coming here from Detroit. This is as close as we can get right now, but I think that once we get done with you, we can get closer on foot. But I wanted to show you this right now, what it looks like. Police still arriving. Obviously a very active situation. I do not know how many people have been hit, if any, but we know that this is an active police situation. Right now I see Waterford police. There are literally police from all over here, more showing up right now as we speak. I think that we may have lost our signal, but I don't know if you can still hear me. I just want to tell you that that's what's going on. But we want to tell you that we've got crews all over the area, and we've got crews closer. We just happen to be coming from Detroit, and that's why we just arrived here, but we're going to work to get closer. The sound that we were hearing in our ear was actually for, I didn't know if we still had the signal, but for an emergency alert for everyone to stay in lockdown. All schools, all synagogues in the area are on lockdown. down right now. We ran into a photographer who was actually going to his kid's school, a photographer from Fox 2. His children go to school nearby. They are on lockdown. So that is a situation, a very, very fluid situation right now from where our vantage point. Again, just to show you the look of all the cop cars that are here with sirens, obviously at the scene. And again, we're going to work to get closer. But again, this entire area locked down. People being told to avoid this area while police work to do their job. Marielle?
Camille, this is Derek Hever. I got a question for you. As somebody, you have so much experience with scenes like this, with emergencies. Have you ever seen a police presence like the one that you're seeing right now?
No. I mean, obviously Oxford and was going to come in, but they said no, we had enough people. But right now, this is the kind of thing we're seeing. This is the kind of thing like Oxford, that many people here, that many cops.
That sound that we heard was an explosion in Beirut, I believe.
All right,
I'll send
Camille,
it back to you.
This is Lee. We'll let you guys go and do your jobs. We appreciate you coming live with us. But right
You can
now
see
we
the
have
smoke.
Eric O'Neill, former counterterrorism and counterintelligence operative with the FBI, who is on with us now. First of all, Eric, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, we see a huge police presence. You perhaps have been watching the video and the information that we've been able to gather so far. What are your initial thoughts of what exactly is happening here?
Well, an active shooter situation is something that you never want to take lightly, particularly with the current known threats by extremists who are unhappy about what is happening in Iran right now. And the fact that it is a Jewish synagogue and the known threat between Islamic extremism and those synagogues are something that clearly law enforcement is not taking lightly at all. And anytime there's an active shooter, you're going to see this sort of reaction.
Now, there is a huge presence of multi-agencies here. Maybe you can walk us through the protocol and who has jurisdiction and what exactly is happening on the ground as we watch parents show up, we watch different agencies head in and around the building. What can you tell us about exactly the protocol of what's happening?
Well, typically in an active shooter situation, local law enforcement are first on the scene. Normally there's a call to them with a 911 call. They come on the scene and they will move quickly to try to interdict the shooter if possible. It really depends on the situation or whether the shooter is continuing to shoot, whether they're holed up somewhere, whether they know
Eric,
where they are.
I hate to cut you off and jump in here, but we're looking at pictures and it looked like an armored vehicle as well as emergency vehicles going in. I can add that to the conversation as you talk about what's happening.
Yeah, certainly. And so just depending on the threat, and we, from the video.
Roger Lane, thanks for 10 more gifted memberships. Much appreciated. I think you're the you're the GOAT on memberships for sure. Much appreciated, sir.
What is the risk
cannot be completed
civilians and innocents,
please consult your directory and call
from an
again
active shooter,
or ask your operator for assistance.
Respond
This is a
I had to mute to make sure that was coming from them. That was weird.
Okay, hold on for a second. You're still with us. We can still hear you. We're just having some technical difficulties as we try to clean up our audio line so we can hear what you're saying. We're talking about the armored vehicle. We kind of lost you a little bit there. Maybe you could go back and you talk about how different agencies have different protocols. Eric, are you still there with us? Please go on.
Yep, I'm still here. Local law enforcement will usually be first on the scene. They might ask for assistance. A SWAT team will normally come in order to try to neutralize the shooter. Obviously, the number one concern for law enforcement and any of the agencies who might be on the scene, and I can't tell you who is there or why, because we just don't know enough, is to protect lives and to safeguard those who could be innocents caught in the crossfire of an active shooter.
Eric, this is Marielle Liu here. I did want to read to you this statement coming in from Kash Patel via FBI Detroit. It says, FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan and responding to the apparent vehicle ramming and active shooter situation out of a Temple Israel synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. Earlier today, while we were watching this unfold, I did mention because of the different elements between fire in the building, word of a car ramming into the building, and then an active shooter, that certainly looked more like a coordinated attack. Can you speak from your perspective now, knowing that there is a vehicle rammed into the building and an active shooter situation, what that might indicate for what type of attack we're looking at here?
Well, certainly, you know, I would suggest or suspect that it is, you know, and is being treated as an act of terrorism, especially if the FBI are immediately involved. It certainly seems to have a lot of the hallmarks. The vehicle rammed into the building provides a point of entry, and then you have an active shooter. I can't tell you. And
For anyone that's asking about the memberships, I believe it's completely random. So if someone like Roger is very kind and gifts them, then YouTube just randomly throws them out to people. So obviously, if you already have one, it doesn't send it to you. It sends it to people who don't have them. But if you didn't get one, I'm sorry. I know that I've gotten them before on channels randomly. Even when I'm not in the actual live stream, I'll just get an email saying that I'm a member now. But kind of cool.
This many law enforcement officers on scene, the fact that the FBI is involved at all, in your professional opinion, would you say that this is not a coincidence that the largest Reform synagogue in North America, in one of the greatest Jewish population cities in the state of Michigan, would you, I don't want to make a connection, but would you say that that's not a coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidences. If you look at what's happening in the world, we know from different reports from the FBI and other intel agencies that Iranian extremists are active in the U.S. Now, this is everything from potential threats to citizens to cyber attacks, and there have been, you know, a number of different statements from the FBI and others to take caution and make preparations. There has been a rise in violent extremism here in the U.S. for some years, and often what these either lone wolf individuals who are activated themselves or by extremist cells, all they need is a triggering event. And the war or the military action in Iran is certainly one of those triggering events that could cause individuals who are sympathetic or active extremist cells to start to take action. And we know that Iran wants to hurt us, and there are only really two ways they can do it. These sort of things here in the U.S. And cyber attacks, which they're very capable of doing as well.
Eric, I want to hang on that point. You said something that a lot of people are feeling and perhaps doesn't get enough conversation where there needs to be. You talked about the rise in violence here in the U.S. From your perspective, can you go deeper and just explain how has that change affected your line of work? What do you see? I mean, it's not just fear of Iran and what's happening. There's been a rise in white supremacy as well here in the U.S. So when it comes to counterterrorism, there are so many different elements now, it seems, you have to look at. It's not necessarily just attacks from other countries. It's right here at home.
Certainly, and the biggest concern is not a group of Iranians who snuck in. That is a concern that somehow moved through our border and are operating as terrorist cells here in the United States. It's actually homegrown terrorists that are a bigger concern. People who can be radicalized online. And the advent of the internet and making a big world very small allows people who may never have had those proclivities to find people who will help them radicalize in that process, whether they have some mental instability or they just have completely subscribed to an anti-American ideology. They might be radicalized. And look, it's easy to get your hands on a gun, and there are many examples of how to do the active shooting. In fact, you can find them online in different groups and look at what has happened in the past. We have seen this sort of attack before.
We're just trying to tune the radio a little bit better. It's a faint signal. Well, that one was pretty faint. So that one usually means it's further away.
Who might want to be famous and feel like maybe I won't. And that might be why you see people lead these manifestos and make sure their names, because they want their names to be known. So I think that is a good policy, not to publish the names of these kind of people.
All right, Eric O'Neill, this is Lee Thomas. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. You're former FBI counter-terrorism and counterintelligence operative. We appreciate your insight on this, what is unfortunate and groundbreaking event that's happening in our own backyard. Thank you so much, Eric O'Neill. We do want to get some more information before we go to our next expert. This information is in, and we want to make this one clear because it is great news. No one was hurt as of now. That is what we are told was said by...
They're saying there was a active shooter at the synagogue, and they're saying no one was hurt. Okay. So I'm looking for more details, but this is kind of interesting, almost like false flaggy. But let's see here really quick. Now I'll do supers here really quick too. Smarty Pants Dance, thanks for the super. They said we need to have OSINT set up to figure out what our leaders are doing. Thanks for all your work, Matt. Go Mama Max. 100%. When we're having to do our own journalism, our own investigation, our own truth checking, fact checking. Tamara, thanks for the super chat. Thanks again for keeping us informed. Sabrina Bishop with the big super chat. Much appreciated. How can we help the channel? Share, and let's like and subscribe. Favorite part of my day, watching you and Baron. I mean, honestly, like, obviously views on YouTube and, you know, hitting the like is probably the biggest way. And then anything else like donations, chats, merch, super chats. I mean, that all that kind of stuff obviously helps with income overall. But I think the biggest thing, like you said, is liking it and sharing it is probably the biggest things that can be done, because then it lets YouTube know that people enjoy it. Thanks to all the new members. Bonnie Lyon. Yep, it's Off Script Radio, and everything will probably be there in the next week or so. The 24/7 stream, I'll try and get set up today, honestly, like probably tonight. And then I'll make an announcement on Trigger Smart in the posts and stuff and on X. Bonnie, thanks for another super chat. Thanks, Trigger Smart, for the coverage. Off Script Radio, right? I found you on Spotify last night. Yes, it will be Off Script Radio on YouTube for the 24/7 coverage. All right, I think the synagogue story might be done. They said no one got hurt. So let me just verify that really quick. If no one got hurt, then that story is done. Let's see. Live active shooting, Bloomfield. FBI says they're responding to an incident. Cash Patel said agents are on scene and responding to the apparent vehicle ramming an active shooter situation. Authorities said no one has been confirmed hurt. All children at the Temple's preschool have been moved out of the school. Police said they're responding to a fire at the same location. Everything's locked down in secure mode. So it looks like it's a 12,000 member synagogue. It was attacked. The attack is over. They didn't say what happened to the attacker. So I don't know if someone, it says no one got hurt. So what happened? Yeah, it's saying that. Okay. So if there's an active shooter situation and they light something on fire and all that stuff and no one got hurt, what was the point of the attack? Interesting. If you think this was a false flag, put a 1 in chat. If you think it was a legitimate attack, put a 2. But why was the FBI there so quick? Why is Kash Patel commenting on this immediately? Very, very strange. Looks like a little bit of a mix, some 1s and 2s. Yes, looking for answers. That's in the U.S. That was it in Michigan. West Bloomfield. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people think it's a falsie. Obviously, we don't know 100%, but the timing's strange. And the fact that Kash Patel said something about it right away and said they were on scene. And this just happened like 30 minutes ago. Actually, what was the exact... When did this get first reported? 1:24 Eastern, which would have been 12:24. So that was only like 30 minutes ago. So 30 minutes ago, and the FBI already got there and are already talking about it and reporting on it. Let's see, is there an FBI office right there? In West Bloomfield or nearby in Michigan. Okay, this is interesting. There is no FBI office located directly in West Bloomfield, but there's a Detroit field office. They have 11 resident agents. So I'm trying to see how far away that is. It says the closest FBI field office to West Bloomfield is 25 to 30 minutes away. That doesn't mean everyone, obviously, there could be agents out driving and stuff like that, right? And other assignments and things like that. But basically 30 minutes away, and this happened 30 minutes ago, and Kash Patel and the agents, or not Kash Patel, but his agents were already there. So that's interesting. Timing is a little silly, a little strange. Little questionable, but we'll leave it at that. Oh, we have some alarms coming in. Where's this? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like most people want it to be cycled for the 24/7 stream, so we will do that. That will be good. How fast did the FBI respond? Well, it looks like this incident happened just like 30 minutes ago or 35 minutes ago, and there's already reports that the FBI was dealing with it. So that's pretty quick, considering their field office is 30 minutes away. See. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the same time that we're looking at that, there's been a report of an attack on a Jewish synagogue in Norway. Police have arrived at the scene. So we just had, yeah, exactly. Toronto, Canada was shot up recently as well. I see that super chat there, Light Giver. Where's it at here? There we go. Yeah, so we had Toronto, Canada, shot up last week. We had something a couple days ago. Then we just had this one in Michigan just now, but no one got hurt at that one. And then this one right here, this just came out like seconds ago. An attack at a Jewish synagogue in Norway at the same time. So maybe it's not a false flag. I mean, if this is happening in multiple different, countries at the same time, obviously this could be coordinated for a false flag type event, but maybe this is sleeper cells waking up. Maybe we're seeing sleeper cells real time. And this is the shelter in place. It was put out. What time was that put out? 12:35, so like 23 minutes ago. Just trying to see if there's anything else about this, about any other strikes. Some more Beirut attacks. More ballistic missiles from Iran heading towards Saudi Arabia. Air defense intercepted those. Kuwait is also intercepting drones right now. Let me see if there's any of those cams on this one. Let's see. No, I don't see Kuwait on this one. I'll see if I can find one. Let's see. It's interesting that there's all this police presence, they're saying, at the synagogue, yet there's nothing. I mean, a car rammed it. There's a small fire. They said it was an active shooter, but no one got hit. Pretty strange. Huh. All right, well, I kept looking to see if there's any updates on it, but Bonnie Lynn saying, they tell us we're ready to go, but where would we go? We haven't had fallout shelters in years. Any suggestions? There is. I'm trying to think of the best person. So probably NY Prepper. I don't know if anyone follows him or not. I know some people are fans and some aren't, but NY Prepper on YouTube has a whole series on like where to go and how to protect yourself if something nuclear happened. So something you can do is, let's see. Great idea 101 for Fallout training, how to prepare. Yeah, 100%. I think that like a prepper series on how to get ready for all this stuff would be great. But some people have done extensive ones already. But yeah, anywhere where there's concrete or brick, anywhere underground parking garages, all that kind of stuff is always your best bet. You want to get as far away as you can, obviously, from windows and those kind of things. And you can, like some people will do makeshift shelters, for example, like say if you're in the basement of your house, you could build a little hut type setup using sandbags, for example, and that would block a significant amount of the radiation. Usually if you can like 2 deep, make it like 2 feet deep and over your head and everything, you could block a significant amount of radiation with that. But what you don't want to do is in the first 48 hours, you do not want to go outside. In that first 48 hours, the radiation levels are going to be high enough that it'll probably kill you. After that, assuming that the nukes and all that stuff have stopped. Hold on, we might have another message incoming. Yeah, if you're like in high rises and stuff like that, first thing, so if you're in a building that's tall like that, you want to get to the center of the building, vertically and horizontally. Like, when we're talking about this stuff, we're not talking about these shelters protecting you from a nuclear blast, right? Like, a nuclear blast is not survivable in most areas, period. The temperature alone would kill you, even if you were, inside of a building, for example. But what you want to do, let's see. Stevie, are you saying there's something going on 1175 right now? Let me look. I'm just hearing, it sounds like data. Sounds like data's being transmitted right now. Or like someone's choking a cat. One of the two. Maybe a small mouse. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do too for the radio is I'm going to have 8992 going 24/7, and then I'll have all the other ones it'll scan through. We have another EAM going, but it's pretty faint. Yeah, that one's very faint. So I don't know if that was really far away or just a low signal. 15016. Yeah, like I was saying, I'll probably have 8992 on full time, and then I'll have all the other channels. The other like 6 or 7 main channels will be on a scanner that's rotating, so it'll pick up anything that comes in on any channel. But all right, we'll see if they have any updates on this synagogue thing. But if they don't have anything new coming out in the next few minutes, then I'll probably switch back to Al Jazeera or Live Now.
And into a building, you understand that how quickly all of the law enforcement personnel from this area, from Southeast Michigan and beyond, rush without asking questions to get to the scene. Right now, the scene out in West Bloomfield, you'll see the decals on the cars that come from Kego Harbor, from West Bloomfield, from Troy, and yes, the Sheriff's Department as well. We should tell you, our Jessica Dupnack, our Camila Miri, and our team of reporters and producers are working right now very diligently to get information to you. Now, here's the thing with breaking news that I think is we're reporting what we know to.
Did they kill their stream?
True. What you see, we see the messages saying, I heard this was the case, I heard that was the case. I understand the shooter may have been killed. Perhaps the shooter is not. Instead of reporting hearsay, what's going to be different than what you see on your phone.
So he's just talking a bunch of crap right now, so I'll do some supers here. Yep, we had Let Giver talk about the multiple other synagogues. We just saw more in Norway just now. We talked about where to go. Bonnie, thanks for the supers. Lisa Conklin, I don't believe it's a false flag. Remember all the border crossings. Protect yourself. Can't say how, according to YouTube. Made me edit. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not surprised they didn't let you, though, unfortunately. That's what we're seeing. Like, if a lot of you didn't see Barron's video yesterday, it got taken down for a while and then put back up with some edits. They, like, blurred documents out and stuff like that. But, yeah, I don't know. Considering it's so many different places all at the same time and during the war, I would say it's probably not a false flag, most likely. There could be some false flags mixed in with it. Looking for answers. Thanks for the super. If you're allowed to answer on YouTube, what exactly is a sleeper cell? So a sleeper cell is where usually another country, an enemy, has some of their operatives, spies, military, could even be like financial people, could be hackers, anyone that can do any harm to our country are here acting as though they're regular everyday citizens. They've integrated themselves into society. They might be in politics. They might be in science. They might teach at universities. They might just be working at McDonald's. But at any point, they can be activated and cause harm to people. They can cause terror. They can hack networks. They can, like we've seen, blow things up, attack people with, knives, guns, whatever it may be. So that's what a sleeper cell is. They're basically an enemy from within, just waiting to wake up and attack us. And like Lisa was saying, you know, there's quite a few that came across the border during the last administration. As far as I heard, it was like 10 million. It was something insane of people that came across. So there could have been a lot that came with.
Is who was this person and where are they now? There are some media outlets reporting that this person has been shot. We are not going to report that until we get express confirmation from sheriff's deputies and from investigators on the scene. So we're waiting and watching for that. And Marielle Liu is with us as well here in Studio A. And Marielle, as you've been covering this for the last few hours now, you understand how important it is, because when you look at social media, people say, didn't you hear, didn't you hear? And we got to kind of put the phone and go like that and say, wait a minute, let's figure out what we know right now.
Very important, especially at a time like this when there's so much fear in the community, to just be able to take a step back and to just look at the facts as they are, and then as more information comes into the newsroom, that's what you will get from us, and you can count on us here at Fox 2 to do that every time. We do still have the rabbi.
He's back on the phone. Rabbi Shalom Cantor, we lost you there for a moment. Glad you're with us. You were saying, talking and reflecting with us a little bit about how you don't want to speculate. But what is it that you do know right now in terms of those loved ones and those friends, family members, those in the community that are accounted for? Have you talked to people who are affected by this personally?
So my son is at me, which is housed at the Jewish Community Center. They've been on lockdown until about 20 minutes ago, when the lockdown was lifted, but they still have a lockout, meaning that nobody's in or nobody's out of the building. The FBI has a presence there, as do other police officer organizations, to protect and secure the building. I do know that the children have been evacuated, as you've already reported, but beyond that, I don't have any specific information.
Rabbi,
I talked to, let me say, I did talk to two grandparents, two of my congregants who have children grandchildren who attend the preschool, and both have reported that they have news that their grandchildren are okay.
I do want to report that we have now confirmed that the shooter in this situation is dead, taken down by security there at the church. This is according to police. So we have now confirmation that the person who was responsible, according to investigators, and trying to do this, whatever it is this person was trying to do, the violence, this person has been taken down, shot, and killed. And so that now we've confirmed the shooter in this situation is dead. That confirmation coming to us here in the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay.
So, Rabbi, yeah, you were, go ahead.
What else can I answer? So in terms of facts, I can't give you any more than you already have.
Here's what we're asking now, Rabbi, if I may, because the shooter in this situation dead, that coming into the newsroom now, but that does not necessarily ease the fear in the Jewish community right now, just on a human level. Can you explain to us what is in the hearts and minds of so many Jewish Americans who certainly feel like there has been an increase in attacks, an increase in hatred, not just coming from afar, but right here at home?
It is petrifying at times. It also brings people together, and it gives us a sense that we together can get through this. But there is no question that there is an elevated level of fear. And, you know, following this, I'm sure that there will be many more levels of fear and a need for increased security on many different levels. That will be both visible security and things that won't be visible to the naked eye, but things that we know about that will be instituted at, I'm guessing, many of the different institutions around the community and probably around the nation to a large extent. People are nervous. And people ask all kinds of questions about, is it safe to show my identity outwardly? Can I wear a outward sign, whether it is a head covering, a yarmulke or a kippah, or some sort of necklace, or do I need to hide that? People have asked me. I also teach at the high school one class on Jewish identity, and we discuss this all the time about, is it safe to show Jewish identity publicly, or is it something that we have to hide? And there's not one right answer, but this is going to definitely impact that and impact how people feel about publicly showing. So for some people, it will make them want to show it more and say, I am proud of who I am and you're not going to scare me. And there are other people who understandably are going to say, I'm not so sure. I'm very proud of who I am, but I need to be cautious.
show out in the world. And both responses have to be validated and have to be understood and have to be respected. And I think that is going to be one of the key things going forward.
We've taken calls from one of your members and certainly a friend of Fox 2, Carolyn Krieger, who was in tears, just expressing just how many times people in the Jewish community have had to go through this. If you were to give words of encouragement right now to people who are disheartened by this, who are watching, what would you say to them?
Number one, find people that you can be with. Find community. We need each other. Do not sit in your home and watch the TV by yourself, but find people to be with. Find people to support you and people that you can support in return. Number one thing.
Yeah. Rabbi Cantor,
Judaism is all about community.
Yes.
And the community is coming together in large numbers, not only here in Metro Detroit, but across the world, wrapping its arms around a community that has given so much to our greater Metro community. And Rabbi Cantor, you're a big part of that. We thank you for your time here on the phone today. We want to get to Fox News' Camille Amiri. She's live with us right now with somebody who's been there for a little while now. And Camille, what are they telling you?
Yeah, we're talking to Beth Swiss, one of the first people here on the scene as far as civilians go. Beth, thank you for talking to us. I know you talked to me earlier. Kind of tell me how your day started and how you ended up here.
Yeah, so I was at Henry Ford Hospital dropping something off, and I was driving down the street, and I was talking to my mom on the phone, and there were police officers driving by super fast. There were about 10 police officers down the street, so I told my mom, hey, let's pray. There's something like happening. So I thought it was a car accident. And then when I got to this light, it looked like a mom with a cell phone, and she was running really fast across the street. She didn't even see me or the other cars. And so I told my mom, something else is happening, and maybe there's a school right there. So again, we were praying, and I just started driving down the street away. And then when I hit this dirt road, I was like, I feel like I should go back. Let's just get off the phone, but keep praying. And then when I drove back, I parked in the parking lot, and I just felt from the Holy Spirit to come and to pray with people. And then I texted work, Oak Point Church, and had them all praying. And so, yeah, and then just been with some parents and lots of other people, giving them hope and comfort while they wait.
You were just describing the expression of the woman. Talk about that when we were.
Okay. She seems like a crisis actress to me. The way she was trying to make it seem like she was trying to cry while she was talking. I don't know. Maybe there's been so much of this around the Charlie Kirk case and stuff that I'm kind of desensitized to these crisis actors, but I don't know. Maybe she's legit, but I just get that feeling from her.
What goes through your head, obviously unfolding very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, just for the family, just watching them, there was just even a mom that came out, I believe, holding her child, so it's very emotional. And so there's other people that are waiting for their spouses to come out to still connect with their kids, but definitely rejoicing in that and comfort, and also even just to see just all the support of the first responders is very overwhelming as well. And then I always have a heart for the person that did it. I always think that's someone's child, someone's son, someone's neighbor. So again, you and I talked about what can we do as a community to diminish
and to prevent this from happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it's just for all of us to pay more attention to people, to each other, to be kind, loving, and then when we do see something that's off, to report it. It's not going to hurt for us to report it. So just really paying attention.
Thank you, Beth, so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Again, just hearing from one of the people who was first on the scene as far as civilians go and what she saw. Everybody here thankful that this did not result in any fatalities. As far as the suspect go, again, the police have taken that suspect down. We have confirmed that, but still, obviously, a lot of work to be done here. Still a very active police situation, and of course, we're waiting to hear from Sheriff Bouchard as far as an update from him goes. But we're going to stand by here live and send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Camila Mary for us live tonight. Thank you. You know, Marielle, just looking at this, and then you kind of go, when's the last time something like this happened? It was in Grand Blanc, September 28th, just down the road, a little north of here, when someone actually, Thomas Sanford, I believe was his name, he rammed his pickup truck into the church. And now you're seeing in this situation, I know a text that was given from the temple to all the members said a car crashed into the building, police shot driver, not sure if he's dead. This is as per the temple sending to members. Car caught on fire, which is why fire trucks are there. And it just kind of reminds you of what happened with this perpetrator, this 40-year-old guy who also rammed his pickup truck. It's almost as though the same MO was used in this situation. Thankfully, you know, in the Grand Blanc situation, you had 4 people who died.
Right.
In this situation, no one was hurt inside, which is good news.
We talked to former Assistant Chief Steve Dolan about exactly that, who said, is this a copycat situation? We talked about the policy here at Fox 2 not to give any notoriety to people who choose to create mass chaos in our communities. So we're certainly not doing that here, but you have to wonder just for the people in the Jewish community, this constant fear every time you get an alert like this and you see car into the building. Early when this was happening and before we were getting information back into the newsroom, we see smoke billowing from the building. We don't know if it's a fire. We don't know if there are kids still inside. There is a food pantry day that the synagogue does on Thursdays. That would have been today as well while people were there. Thankfully, we're not reporting any injuries, but this is something that people are having to think about. We have Scott Wolchek on the ground for us as well. Scott, what can you tell us?
Hey, yeah, you know what? This is pretty wild to see. It is a good thing to hear that this shooter is down, and it appears that there's no injuries. The second that any of us heard that there's a nursery school there, I mean, your heart just drops down to another level. So we actually just saw maybe a couple minutes ago a young mother walking out, you know, just holding a child so close to her. She did not want to do any type of interview or anything like that, but so much emotion on her face, and you can see this police presence is unlike many things that I have seen in my career. This is truly an amazing show of just a preparation plan, but it sounds as though this shooter had driven.
Okay. Yeah, he's really reaching. This dude is really reaching, trying to make it emotional and stuff. This is, let me see if there's any updates on X about this. It looks like in Norway, guys showed up in SWAT gear for this Norway synagogue. No one's currently permitted to enter or leave. I'm not seeing any more up. Let's see. Yeah, that's only 2 I see right now. There's one in Norway and the one in Michigan. Suspect is dead. They didn't say how he died. No injuries reported by anyone else or of anyone else. I don't know how that's possible. If you go into a synagogue, unless they had armed guards or something there, how does this suspect go in, start a fire, ram the building, be an active shooter shooting shots, and not kill anyone, and then end up dead? Huh. All right.
Point out it was a security person who exchanged fire or shot this person and was able to bring this person down as well. This job, if you're not a police officer and you're just running security, you're trying to make sure that the right people are coming in and out of the building.
Right.
You're looking out for everyday stuff that you look out for, but this is the kind of stuff that they train for, and clearly that training paid off for that security guard.
That's one of the things we talked to former Assistant Chief Dolan about, is in this moment you have officers who in a way have to compartmentalize. They are trying to make sure that the scene is secured. Then you also very understandably have parents who are trying to get their kids out of there, who don't really care about.
There are just so many threat streams to follow. And what the law enforcement, intelligence, and counterterrorism community is doing is working to do what we call prevention.
Oh, it's not meant to be. All right, Sam Vinograd, we appreciate you. Anna Schechter, senior coordinating producer for our crime and public safety, and you've been on your phone feverishly. Is there anything else you can share, or are you still just working sources? Is there anything else you can share, or are you still just working sources?
Working sources. We'll likely get an identification confirmed very soon. So all signs are pointing a targeted attack on a synagogue, on the Jewish community at this point. Some planning, enough planning went in to do this, but clearly the system worked. The security guard took out the suspect very quickly, and thankfully there were no other injured people from inside. And you had probably hundreds of people inside this facility. This is a big facility, so normally you wouldn't think on a Thursday morning you have a big, large crowd of people at synagogue, but it's also a school. It's a community center. So, classes were in session. So this is a place where you have more than 12,000 members. It's more than 3,500 families belonging to this synagogue. This is a big deal. This is a very, a soft target and a very symbolic one, given the size of this synagogue and Jewish community center. And notably, you see that there's a Jewish community center,
which is a daycare
nearby, that all of the children were able to evacuate to. So, pretty significant Jewish community in this area, and with multiple visibly Jewish locations. And the suspect targeted the largest one.
What is this going to mean for security at these institutions moving forward? Because we had these bollards that apparently a vehicle was still able to. I mean, it's a bit eerily reminiscent to, and obviously different situation here. We have no idea any information about the bollards here at this synagogue. But remember the attack in New Orleans, where those bollards were temporary.
That was the first thing that came to my mind. Right, and the bollards were not up to par. The system did not work. It essentially failed there. There should have been bollards that did not allow that truck. That was another vehicle ramming attack, an ISIS-inspired attack on New Year's Day, 2025 in New Orleans. And the bollard issue was front and center. And security officials descended on New Orleans to do an evaluation and help the city improve their security. Now, in this case, you have already had this particular synagogue, for sure, we know that from our sources, had been having regular security briefings on threats. They had likely been running drills. They were definitely well prepared for an attack, especially since the start of the Iran war. But I will tell you, all of these religious sites have been in a heightened threat environment since October 7th, 2023. So it's hard to stay on heightened alert for more than 2 years because you get tired. But that is what these security officials need to do. And when I interview them, it's like they get worn down because of.
Breaking news, it looks like a bomb threat prompted the evacuation of a Walmart in Houghton Lake, Michigan, leading to a response from Michigan State Patrol Bomb Squad. 2 nearby schools were also placed in secure mode. So it looks like this is definitely a Michigan thing at this point, in addition to Norway and everywhere else. But looks like Michigan's being hit by not just the synagogue attack, but also there's these bomb threats.
Happening. It's just the pace at which it's happening has increased.
And so when you say this is an example of the system working here, that isn't necessarily to prevent all horrific things from happening. But as far as we know right now, there is no injury or loss of life except to that of this bad actor.
That's exactly right. So when I say the system is working, that means that the bad actor couldn't exit the vehicle, start opening fire and shooting people because that security guard was well trained and handled the situation. But what I will say is a lot of questions here. Was this suspect on the FBI's radar, on the radar of local police? It is impossible to pinpoint every potential lone wolf
Well,
actor.
the two suspects on Saturday outside Gracie Mansion were not known to police.
That's exactly right. And they clearly had been planning it for at least a week, because we know, and CBS News was first to report, that one of them purchased the fuse for those IEDs a little more than a week before the attack on March 2nd. So this is the situation that we're living in right now, and it really does feel un-American, because 20 years ago, you definitely had more of a sense of safety, particularly I'm thinking of the Jewish community. And there's an ebb and a flow to this, and we are in a dark time when it comes to the threat environment, particularly at Jewish and Israeli sites, but at all religious sites. You've had a lot of shootings at churches. You've had threats to mosques. You know, every single religious group is in a heightened threat environment all day, every day. That's the reality of the situation right now.
All right, we do have statements from some lawmakers, including Senator Slotkin, who represents Michigan, who posted on X saying that she's closely tracking the active shooter situation. And I'm just reading this here as I read it to you. This is another frightening event that is still being cleared. My team and I will be in close contact with law enforcement. And then she says all communities deserve the right to worship safely. All communities, and acts of terror and anti-Semitism must be condemned and dealt with to the fullest extent of the law. Scott McFarland, you're still with us. Before we let everybody know again who's just joining us what's going on, is there anything else you want to add?
You have a broader investigation now that involves the feds, the state, and local law enforcement. They're going to try to figure out what the motive was here, why this place was targeted, but also whether this is a standalone, as Anna called it, lone wolf attack, or if this is somebody who might be working in coordination with someone else, and someone else would then be deeming quite a threat to the religious facilities, not just in Southeast Michigan, but throughout the region.
Scott, thank you so much. All right, for everybody who is just joining us, we continue to follow breaking news at this hour at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Out of Bloomfield, Michigan, CBS News has confirmed the person who rammed their car into a local synagogue complex is dead. The Temple Israel told its congregants that security guard killed the suspect after that person crashed their vehicle into the building. So far, there are no reports of anyone being hurt inside the building, but we know this complex is home to a school. Police say all students and teachers have been safely evacuated. We know that a fire ensued, still working to figure out if that fire was a result of that ramming or something different, and still working to figure out exactly what that suspect did. Sounds like that person opened fire after that vehicle ramming. But again, our Anna Schechter is saying this was an example of the system working, a well-trained security guard neutralizing that person at what is, according to its website, the largest Reformed synagogue in the United States. And so we see this large police presence here, multiple agencies who are investigating. Again, it's not only 2:30 Eastern, but also 2:30 their local time. And our colleagues at CBS News Detroit have been covering this incident. Let's go ahead and join them.
Months to 5 years old, you wouldn't necessarily know that they're okay until they physically show up at JCC. So you are going to have a lot of families who have been personally affected by this, have lived some significant trauma today, wondering if their children, if their spouse, if their loved ones are okay. This is video from early. I keep trying to make it clear, and you can always look in the corner to see if something is a live photo or not, a live video stream. This is not live. This is from earlier, before our Eye in the Sky chopper was waved away from that scene. But this is what I was referencing in. If you watch closely, you can see adults running in and then very quickly running back out. And we imagine that was to transport those children and get them to JCC. Just getting word from the control room that Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard is speaking once again. You can see that. We're going to take that live in full for you.
A car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. It's been complicated because there was some fire, to say the least, with that vehicle. We believe that individual is deceased. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever. Okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay. So far, that's our information to this point. We have agencies from all over. Obviously, ATF is here, FBI. More than likely, we'll be taking the lead on this based on some of the preliminary investigative information we have, but we're not going to go into that at this point. But we want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area. We're going to clear vehicles for any explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe was in the building at the time. So we're on path to continue to maybe pivot to, is there anybody else involved, and the investigative side of what's happened.
So you confirm that it was security that shot and killed the suspect here?
Well, we can't say what killed him at this point, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire.
Did the suspect have a weapon?
We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but he breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
So do we know, did he ever fire shots, the suspect?
Preliminarily, we have some information, but nothing that we confirm, so we're not going to go into it.
So he just said that he can't confirm that the suspect had a gun, and he can't confirm that there's shots. So is this an active shooter without a gun? Did he just ram the building and walk in the building with no gun?
Something ignited in the vehicle. That's a work in progress. We're, through an abundance of caution, clearing the vehicle for IEDs or any explosives. We've got a significant number of bomb dogs on site, bomb techs on site, and all of that's going to be done to check the boxes. We have deployed resources all across the county, just in case, out of an abundance of caution, that there may be a secondary site, but we don't have any information at this time to believe that. So we want people to take a breath. No one was hurt. We're on top of it. The chief and his team got here fast. Everything that was supposed to happen happened. Security did their job, and then the responders did theirs.
Was it a Michigan vehicle?
Sheriff, what did the call come out as?
I believe it came out as an active shooter.
Yeah.
Where and when did you actually neutralize the threat? Where was it?
The vehicle's in the hallway of the building, inside the building.
He was shot right there.
Again, I can't tell you what he died of until we get a little further. We haven't actually gone into the car. It's still being cleared.
So we do know that the security guard shot this
They
shooter, shot at them, but it's unclear if he was killed by
Because, you know, in situations like this, you never know. If somebody's trapped, sometimes they kill themselves. So the suspect was engaged is the clearest sentence I can.
So breaking news coming out, it looks like there were explosives discovered in the suspect's vehicle. So whether he had a gun or not, we don't know yet, but there was definitely explosives, apparently. So he crashed into the building, and maybe the explosives didn't go off like they were supposed to. Not sure.
Pulled from that area by his team.
Where's the car registered from? What?
We're not going to get into the specifics on the car at this point.
You see what type of car it is, sir? A truck or an SUV?
It was a truck.
Sheriff, this is a West Bloomfield scene, a sheriff's scene. I know everybody's here.
Everybody's here, more than likely, based on, you know, a couple early pieces of information. The FBI may take the lead. That's yet to be formally determined.
Were there explosives in his vehicle?
That's yet to be cleared.
How much damage to the building from the fire?
That I can't even tell you. You couldn't even see the hall was completely clear. We had to send people in with gas masks to clear that area.
How are the kids doing?
All the way in the building.
Do we know how fast?
So we have I guess he's FBI. It's hard to tell at this point. But we have him saying that the children weren't harmed and that he can't verify if the guy was shot. And then we have all the other news agencies saying no children were harmed. Security responded immediately and neutralized the attacker. So everyone else is saying that the security guard killed him. But this FBI guy won't say that. Looks like one of the security guards was struck by the vehicle, but he's recovering and he's expected to survive.
We're reporting and seeing right now.
No, absolutely. In fact, what I would tell you is that I am deeply proud of the response, not only from the security that was on site, but also of all the police officers and the firefighters that are here right now. We train on active shooter events a lot. The county has a consortium, Oak Tech, that trains the entire county on active shooter tactics, and that's something that we believe in and that we support. And I think that training certainly helped to mitigate what happened here today.
And the chief has been in contact with all of the facilities for weeks, and not just on the last couple of weeks, but constantly forever. But in the last couple of weeks, even a lot more integrated communication. You know, I mean, there are always, and all the agencies in Oak County are partnering with their religious institutions and schools. Anytime there's a concern, there's communication, there's extra patrol, extra attention, extra warnings. That had all happened for the weeks leading up to this. And the team inside that building was very queued up. And
looks like they're having some issues with their stream. All right, looks like... Which one is this? I'm just trying to follow up on something I just saw. Let's see. So where is that? It looks like there was a refueler that was having issues. This is coming from NY Prepper. There was a Stratotanker that was having issues while refueling an Israeli fighter jet. It was a flight emergency. Didn't say exactly what it was. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on here now. So I hope it didn't go down. Yeah, we're looking at all the tankers. I'm not seeing that particular one. This was just like 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. That would be terrible if one went down refueling a fighter jet. This is the post here from NY Prepper. You can see there's this one here, but he said that it was having a flight emergency. I'm not sure what exactly the emergency was, but you know, you like, this just goes to show you, like, you can have issues happen, major issues happen during war that are not actual war itself, and you can lose lives and obviously equipment and stuff like that, even when you're just doing mundane things. So just like that aircraft carrier had a fire that some thought was a missile or something hitting it, and it was just a fire, right? But that could have taken out the entire that could have taken out the entire ship. So pray for the men and women who are going through all this stuff for us, whether they want to or not. All right, let's see if they're... Is that Israel? Yes, Israel.
I think they were particularly prepared for, given our political climate and the global conflict that we are in right now. And this is yet again an example of them taking the proper steps and eliminating a threat very, very quickly. Everyone is accounted for. They're trying to figure out if perhaps anyone else is involved. But again, this could have been far worse. So as of right now, the only reported injury is that head of security knocked unconscious. We are going to go back to the JCC where we have our Hannah McElray live. Hannah, can you kind of bring us up to speed on what's happening there? For those who may not be familiar, the JCC is where parents were being reunited with children or loved ones who were over at Temple Israel, correct?
Yes, parents are being reunited here. There's also white buses up there that are helping transport people if they don't have a ride. We talked to one man. He said that his wife works inside of the J and that she is inside currently. Excuse me one moment as I let those sirens go past us. We talked to one man. He said that his wife works inside of the J and she's currently inside assisting in that reunification process. And as we heard from the Oakland County Sheriff, there's not an active threat right now. However, law enforcement is going to remain out here to help in the reunification process. As you can see up there, cars are lining up looking to reunite with their loved ones and take them off of the scene. Officers are also going to be out here helping move cars that were parked at the JCC to check them for IEDs and other threats at the scene at this point in time. Reporting live outside of the JCC.
I mean, the fact that they've already found bombs in his car, supposedly, then, yeah, there could definitely be more. So I could see they'd have to close that area down and search every vehicle and search every inch of that building with bomb dogs and stuff. You can see, look at these huge spikes, 357, 136, 357, 175. So, I mean, the pizza index is up. So they're definitely getting ready to do something. Something's happening. And all these attacks across the, Norway and Michigan and Canada and everywhere else. Maybe some of these attacks on the Jewish community is why. But hopefully we don't have more of this stuff continuing. But it seems like maybe today is going to be the day.
Through the doors, which I imagine are substantial there at a place of worship, and all the way down the hall. We also got clarity on that billowing smoke that we saw for quite some time, that this investigation has been complicated by a fire subsequently from that car crash. So I am getting word from law enforcement sources that the head of security did shoot at the suspect, the person who crashed into the building, but they're just not clear yet in the investigation if the shooter was killed by that security guard, if perhaps the shooter took his own life because he knew he was trapped, or perhaps, if the fire comes into play. But Terrence, as you mentioned, this has been so terrifying for so many. West Bloomfield Township has a very large Jewish population. And this has been ongoing for years, right? Concern about safety, about anti-Semitism has been particularly escalated in recent years. And this is just yet another reason to be in fear, based on faith and based on identity. And I think that's such a difficult component of this for people to swallow.
It is, but it also speaks to the importance of preparedness, which is something we talked about earlier as well, and the fact that they were able to control this situation so quickly that becomes the situation because they...
It looks like not only there's an active, they say active shooter. I mean, if the shooter doesn't shoot, right, or if the shooter's down, it's not active, but there was a shooter in Norway that attacked, I guess, a temple. There was this shooter at Dominion University. 2 ROTC cadets were wounded. And then there was also just this one right now at Temple Israel. So it seems like it's a multifaceted attack, multiple different places all at the same time. So there's a pretty good chance this could be Iran-related, possibly.
To shelter in place just in case as they continue that investigation. And other nearby neighborhoods are sending out similar messages. The Dearborn Police Department also sent out a statement earlier saying that they are aware of the active shooter that is in West Bloomfield, and out of an abundance of caution, the chief has asked Dearborn police officers to increase patrols and provide additional attention to houses of worship and schools throughout the city, just as a precaution. So again, it speaks to the nature of where we are right now, Rochelle, and what we're seeing and just how tense things are right now. So we're going to go now back to the temple where we're hearing a news conference that is happening in progress. Let's get that update.
Community, West Bloomfield is a beautiful community of so many different stripes, yes. And we're a melting pot here of everyone, and everyone is supporting each other. And thank God they're aging clergy and they're doing very well.
Thank you, Rabbi. And Chief, you and I have talked many times about all the proactive measures that are taken to keep the public safe at religious institutions, including Temple Israel. This is certainly a situation you pray never happens.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I just want to reiterate to everybody that we do a lot of active shooter training in Oakland County. We work closely with OPTAC, who is the consortium that works with all Oakland County. And again, I want to say thank you to all our partners that have showed up today. We could not do this without everyone. And I also want to say one thing, and that is that, West Bloomfield is a very resilient community. We will make it through this.
Yes, thank you. Sheriff, I know you talked about a lot of the particulars of what's happening here, but there's also a message about reassuring the public. What more can you add?
Well, as the chief said, I mean,
I called all the chiefs together back in 2006, and we started training for active shooter, active threats, and we're all on the same page. We all pull together. If he needs something and I got it, it's his, and vice versa. So the community should know we work hand in glove. There's no barriers between us,
doing the same thing everywhere.
And we're 100% in to protect the community.
See if I can find someone
And we
else.
had been in communication, constant communication, all the time, but especially more in the last 2 weeks. We have been sharing intelligence and communicating regularly, and we have done the same with our houses of worship. So everybody was all communicating and involved. The time to get that relationship going is not during a crisis. It was well in place long before this happened.
And it sounds like security responded immediately to engage the threat.
Yeah, security did a great job. The head of security there is an old friend of both of ours, former police officer. And, you know, I had actually been to that facility a number of times with him, and so has the chief. And so we were hand in glove with the private security there as well. They did a great job. The first responders from West Bloomfield, great job. So, you know, as much as you hate to ever have to face something like this, hope and prayer is not a strategy, preparation is, and we were prepared.
Okay, thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you. Sheriff, can you say, though, with the past 2 weeks military activities, you've been more prepared? Is it too early to even talk about whether that's a motivation here?
100%, I would say we're always more prepared based on what goes on in the world, because we
So he was basically saying that they had heightened sense of security based on the Iran war. Maybe that's why they had such a big response, you know, because they had armored vehicles, and it seemed like they had police and SWAT and sheriffs from every county all around them. That was a pretty big response for a guy ramming a building and getting shot by security, you know? Trying to see if there's any actual updates for this. Yeah, I'm not seeing any actual updates. They just keep saying the same things over and over again. And there's no new information coming out yet. Okay. Let me check comments here really quick. Veronica Kelly, thanks for the super sticker. I'm not sure if you didn't want to say anything or not, but if you do a super chat, you can also ask a question or give a comment, but I appreciate that. Drill Latina, thanks for the large super sticker. I appreciate that. And I know that you know you can do the super chats because you've done several. Much appreciated. Another incident to gather data. Let's see. What's going on with Moon Goddess? Yeah, Moon Goddess, I did check I did check X for some of the stuff you've been putting on there. Make sure you guys show some love to the mods. We have Kentucky Girl and Kimberly in here. And of course, Nightbot. Not everyone's a fan of Nightbot, but definitely helpful, especially when the mods can't be here. It's the only thing that keeps the actual bots under control. Zeno Gaming, thanks for the super. In times like these, I'm glad we have an FBI we can trust.
Appreciate you, sir.
Yep.
Rabbi Benny, right?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm Peg McNichol with the Open Press, and I know you're probably sick of talking to people right now, but
I'm never sick of people.
can you show your
I think they're trying to interview him, possibly. Oh, he's giving all his personal information.
with Temple?
I'm not with Temple. I have colleagues at Temple.
Okay, and so where are you from?
The Friendship Circle. which is a nonprofit, right? A Jewish nonprofit right here.
I think you guys operate one of those mini food banks.
We not a food bank, but we have many other programs.
I just wrote about you guys. I mentioned you in the story. Anyway, so you've contacted some folks. You're the folks that you know, and
yes.
You said you guys have been getting lots of worldwide support. How is that?
I gotta tell you, after watching
we are a very close-knit.
After watching all this, after watching Baron and Candace talk about all the Charlie Kirk businesses around Erica and Lori, when I hear someone say nonprofit or like LLC or something, my first thought is that they're a criminal. I know it's not true, but because I have an LLC, you know, I have one for Trigger Smart, but yeah, my first thought, someone says LLC or nonprofit, and I'm like, you belong in jail. See, Drelatina says, I'm not getting any alerts when you're on, so I keep checking because your news coverage is so excellent. If you do switch to a different channel for the war coverage, let us know. I am switching, and actually I'll just go ahead, since it's kind of slow right now, I'll post it again. But this is going to be where everything's going to be at. So it will be, if I can type correctly, it'll be at Offscript Radio. So I'll paste this down in the chat again. But anyone who's in here now, if you appreciate this kind of coverage, and if you want to have 24/7 monitoring, which will be up probably tonight or tomorrow morning, then it's going to be over here. So in about a week or so, like a week max, all of this type of coverage will be over there. So it already has 1,000 subscribers. It is going to need to get 4,000 watch hours before it will be monetized. So it means that my first couple of streams over there for a while might not be monetized, but we'll see if we can get that going. And I think that 24/7 monitoring might actually help get that monetized faster. But that's where everything will live, because YouTube is just not, like, if you have a channel and you do too many different things at once, it confuses the algorithm. Obviously, we know my algorithm was targeted on my channel because of some of the Charlie Kirk stuff, specifically the mic stuff that we talked about. And I've kind of been punished ever since. But yeah, so that's the place. So if you want to stay in touch over there and do the 24/7 monitoring and stuff, and the war updates and other news as well, it'll be on Offscript. And then the Charlie Kirk stuff and firearms and those type of things will stay on this channel like they've been. And also the interviews will also be over here on Trigger Smart. All right. I am very surprised that we're not seeing a lot more activity in the Middle East right now, considering it's nighttime there. Let me see if there's any new updates in the Middle East right now. So yeah, so we saw the refuelers a few, maybe what, 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, and it looks like there's been multiple U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in Tehran. So that timing makes sense. A lot of explosions in Tehran. Looks like multiple areas inside Tehran. They hit let's see. They hit Mehrabad International Airport. Hezbollah is also getting hit in Lebanon. Looks like about 2/3 of their launch capability for rockets and missiles has been taken away. Thousands of Hezbollah have been eliminated. And it looks like Belgium arrested an Iranian woman and her son on suspicion of preparing a terrorist act in Sint-Truiden in Belgium. So it looks like we do have some cells activated worldwide at this point. More attacks on Saudi Arabia. They've been intercepted. It looks like Israelis are saying officially that Hezbollah's crossed the point of no return. So they're going to try and completely wipe them out while they can, while they have the U.S. backing and support. Bandar Abbas, Iran, is also getting hit with airstrikes. So, yeah, when we caught those refuelers earlier, the timing was there. And then obviously you can see this elevation in our pizza index, and there's other things that are indicators that say that this was probably going to happen or something similar. And it is official that there were explosives found in the back of the vehicle of that temple attacker. Bomb dogs are on site. There's also bomb techs on site. And that's it. There's nothing else new coming out at the moment. So we'll just keep monitoring and see. I'm actually interested. I have a feeling there's going to be some more reports of some more attacks happening on synagogues or temples or something similar around the world. It seems like they synchronized today, and it's happening in multiple different areas. It didn't say what kind of explosives yet. Yeah, this is interesting. There's no such thing as a nonprofit. There was a nonprofit a few years back. I think it was Goodwill or something, or Salvation Army, where the CEO made like $4 million a year salary for a nonprofit. Yeah, I'm not sure about his beard. All right, let me see if there's any actual coverage of this. This is just basically a live cam. But I know that other one from CBS was really, really bad quality. It looks like a lot of them are just filming from a distance. So I wonder if they told them to back off because of the bombs that were found. That would make sense. Let me see if that's consistent across the board.
Still being clear.
So we do know that the security guard shot this.
They shot at?
Shot at.
This active scene is specifically at Temple.
All right, let's try this one.
This active scene is specifically at Temple, Israel, in Michigan, right there. So we did want to share that with you. According to our Fox 2 Detroit team, Walnut Lake Road, that is where the scene is, and this is in West Bloomfield. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in to our Fox 2 Detroit team.
Right above this airspace. So
that does kind of explain why Skyfox was moving away from the scene. The last images we saw from Skyfox before the chopper had to evacuate the flight zone, the area, airspace above what is Temple, Israel, was more emergency vehicles arriving. Initially, what we saw at least a couple of police cars. We saw one EMS truck, one fire truck, but then at the end, I had counted 5 police cars before Skyfox was on the way out. So it did appear that there were more officers arriving on the scene.
So it's a little bit of information that we do have. West Bloomfield schools, Bloomfield Hills schools are in secure mode due to this situation. Also, the no-fly zone is why our chopper shot was interrupted. We had to move away from the scene just to clear, because that's what the authorities are telling us to do. Also, Jewish organizations throughout Metro Detroit, I believe, are in a protocol to be cautious of this situation as it continues to develop. Now, when a situation happens like this and our country is in the middle of conflict like we are, it is going to have national ramifications with what is happening at that synagogue in West Bloomfield right now.
Yeah, what I think is going to be a big question answered is there a connection to what we're being told is an active shooter situation and all that smoke that we saw?
Right.
I mean, your brain can try to connect the dots in many different ways, but what was initially told to us is that there's an active shooter situation at Temple Israel. We got a live shot of it. We started seeing smoke billowing from out of the roof in 2 different spots, and then we started seeing smoke billowing out of the front door. So, you know, is there a connection with that? We will learn more as we get more information coming in, but it does seem that there's a couple different things happening here.
Yeah, and the fire trucks is on the scene. We saw them deploy their ladders as their effort in getting into the building as well. And unfortunately, this is the only view we have, is the location map of Temple Israel, the synagogue in West Bloomfield. So we do know that there is a situation happening there. We're told it's an active shooter, but we are efforting getting more information. And as protocol dictates, yes, there are schools that are being told to lock in place, and as everyone is being more cautious. We do have crews on the way. Our reporters are on the way to West Bloomfield to give us more information, but until then, we can only tell you what we have been told.
Our reporter looks like Scott Wolchek is on his way there, so who knows how close he can get in an active situation like this, but as soon as they are in a safe position to bring us a signal and to bring us some information, we will connect with Scott. But here's what we know in the meantime. This statement issued by the Jewish Federation of Detroit: we are aware of a security incident at Temple Israel. We are advising all Jewish organizations to go into probably lockdown protocol. Nobody in or out of your building. That's from the Jewish Federation of Detroit.
Yeah, a reporter on scene. We do have a reporter on scene. I'm not sure exactly who it is. They're saying they're on foot and on the way in. The cops, they said that the police have also stopped. They have roadblocks set up, and they are on foot heading in as well. So the active scene has stopped traffic in that area. We do have our chopper shot back, stopped in that area. Is this live or tape? Tape. This is tape. So this is the tape video that we were able to obtain before we were told to push our chopper out of the way. And you can just see the beginning of the smoke beginning to bellow, which got worse as time went on. But once again, according to one of our reporters that is close to the scene, that there are police on scene with assault rifles heading into not only the parking lot but into that area to deal with whatever the situation is there. We're told it's an active shooter. We can or could see, this is earlier video of smoke coming from the synagogue, and there's a fire, appears to be a fire, smoke coming from the synagogue. What appears to be a fire is all we can say at this point.
Yeah, there's also some video coming into Fox 2 here of Oakland County Sheriff's members with assault rifles that appear to be approaching the area. So this does look like an active shooter situation here.
Even so, just with the people gathered right outside of the building, again, if you're wondering how are people being secured, usually they want you further away from the building. So we're taking that into account as well. Again, there's very limited information on this right now, but this is a tape right now that we're looking at. So this was just a few moments ago when Sky Fox was in the area. There is a no-fly zone that's been issued, so we're not sure exactly where Chopper is right now, but we are continuing to effort our crew to get closer and closer to the area, as we know some of the roads are blocked off as well.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next hour or so as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Now, as Operation Epic Fury nears the 2-week mark, one congressional candidate in Wisconsin is all too familiar with the Islamic Republic after being held hostage in Iran for more than a year. Kevin Hermining is one of 5 Republican candidates hoping to fill the seat of Congressman Tom Tiffany, who is running for governor. He joins us now live to talk much more about all of that, his experience, operation.
Do you want to move on to like Al Jazeera or something like that, talking about the war news, or do you want to stay on this synagogue thing? Do you want to see if anything else is going on with this, the Temple Israel and some of these other attacks that have been happening?
Dream.
When you can try to implement certain things or have particular thoughts and feelings on what would tie that down and improve, of it happening again with vehicles and these vehicle attacks like we saw today. There's just such a sense of helplessness.
Yeah.
What can you do to make somebody not drive a car into a group of people or a place? Nothing.
Depends how much money you have. Look what happened in New Orleans at was it New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
When they drove down the middle. Okay, so you can, if you have the money, you put out those cement bollards in front. They cost a lot of money, and you put them in front of your church or any place of worship, the airport, wherever. But again, it's cost prohibitive. How much can you afford to spend? But again, what's a life worth? So you got to weigh that. Because these people that are doing this, they don't care if they die. They're more martyrs for a cause. And people have to understand that they don't care if they die. Because they want to do as much mass casualties as they can. And I know the FBI is considering making this domestic terrorism. To me, anytime you do something like this, it's terrorism. You're trying to instill fear in hundreds of people, make an entire community feel unsafe. To me, that's domestic terrorism.
Yeah, that case in New Orleans is exactly what I was thinking about when you were speaking. And even with this situation, Sheriff Bouchard said that the smoke that that vehicle caused from ramming into the building really complicated things for them, because on top of everything else that's going on in the crazy atmosphere, you can't really see anything.
No, of course not. And that's why the fire was there. But, and we don't know what caused the car to catch on fire. We don't know that yet. If there, was an incendiary device in there, if it was an explosive. But still, it's mass confusion, and you're responding, and you're a firefighter. You're not armed with a weapon. You're there to put out a fire, yet you can't go in until the police secure the area. And there could be people in there. And so you're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're helpless. But that's what these people want. They don't want you to respond. They want to cause mass confusion and chaos. And in this case, he was successful, but the security officers and the police response was amazing, I thought. I just couldn't get over coordination with everyone in Oakland County. I was very, very impressed.
Yeah, and that's always great to hear in retrospect of these events. Steve, something I want to ask you, given your experience, retired now Detroit Police Assistant Chief, what would you say to people that this is just one time too many, and now they are fearful to maybe go to worship in person, or maybe, you know, really looping in your background here, maybe they're fearful now to go to the Christmas tree lighting in downtown Detroit.
Or the one in Partridge Creek.
Or the one in Partridge Creek,
That's
where
right.
we saw a shooting.
Not about that one, right? They had a shooting there.
What do you say to families out there making decisions based on fear and histories of violence?
Two things. Again, keep your head on swivel. It doesn't feel right, walk away. And two, don't let these people control your lives. Don't let them do it, because that's what they want to do. They want to make everyone fearful, everyone. And we don't want that. You want to be able to live your life. And I tell people that, and they go, that's easy for you to say, you carry a gun. Yeah, but I don't want to shoot anybody. I'm there. And quite frankly, if I have a gun, I'm more of a target than someone who's unarmed. They want to take me out first. So mentally prepare yourself for the worst and hope, you know, unfortunately, I think that way. And second of all, don't let these people control your life. It's not worth it.
It's such an important message because, you know, we don't want to incite any kind of fear, but the reality of the situation is things have changed so much now. And really, at any given moment, in any location, you never know. So you do have to keep your eyes open and pay attention and have some kind of plan.
Can you speak
absolutely.
more to your pride in this response today? Because you are someone who's gone through extensive, vigorous training. You know firsthand what you're supposed to do. And that's great in theory, but sometimes when the incident actually happens, the results are another. To hear you say that you are immensely proud of this response, can you elaborate on why?
Incident command. These communities have done this. They've gone over and over again. Security officers in the temple were prepared for this. You go over and over and over. But again, you can practice all you want. Until reality hits and you realize you're mortal, all bets are off. I mean, you can train, but it takes one person to freeze. In this case, everyone responded. It was an amazing response. Police, fire, EMS. Everyone knew what to do train for this. And that's why I'm extremely impressed with professionalism, not only the security officer, but everyone who showed up. Because they don't know what they're walking into. It's an active shooter. They could die. They could not go home, eat lunch right now, and 5 minutes later they could be deceased. So it's easy to, people talk the talk. There's something else to walk the walk. And today, everyone walked the walk, and there's no other casualties.
Yeah. It brings to mind even the situation in Uvalde, Texas. A lot of people were really upset with law enforcement and their response and their hesitance in certain areas to move. And in this case, they moved so quickly. Do you think this serves as an example for other houses of worship and schools, just in terms of the training that you need and also just the ability to just go directly to the source of the danger? Yes, because, and I don't want to go off the Uvalde tangent, because I'm still irritated. I'm not irritated. I'm angry about that. That, in my opinion, needs to go to jail. But all schools, and I work at a school, and I do security for church a couple days a week, and I'm always around. And I tell these kids, don't prop the door open, okay? Don't leave the window open. Think, and they don't think because they're kids, and the teachers have to get it right. It's unfortunate we have to do this, and little kids have drills. But it's a reality. We are not even 6 months out from a mass shooting and a fire that happened it was an LDS church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grambling Township, Michigan. That was back in September. The perpetrator there, if I recall correctly, also rammed his truck through the church. He was able to exit the vehicle and open fire on the congregation. It is terrifying when you realize the parallels here and that perhaps this could have been a copycat situation, someone seeing that in Grambling. Absolutely. And luckily, it didn't happen. So, listen, I have to go on. I'm sorry. No, we understand. We appreciate your time. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I appreciate it.
Okay?
Absolutely. Thank
You
you
guys
so
have
much.
a better day. Sure. Bye.
You are looking at video from earlier. This was taken right around 12:30, perhaps 1 o'clock of Temple, Israel. Again, right around that time, got word of an active situation there at the temple. Later, Oakland County Sheriff's Office confirmed it was an active shooter situation. We have since learned that a man drove his truck through the Temple Israel walls there, drove down a hallway. A security guard was able to subdue that shooter. There was a subsequent fire from the car crash, so we are not sure if the security guard shot and killed the shooter. If the shooter realized he had been trapped and wasn't going to get any further in that situation and may have taken his own life, or if it was a result of the car crash. But regardless, that person is now dead, and miraculously, no one hurt, let alone killed.
Yeah, it is a complete miracle. This could have been such an entirely different situation. Sheriff Mike Bouchard says that they have been communicating with houses of worship and other agencies even before this, just about security plans and communicating about different threats that they may have received. We still don't know whether or not this suspect was on their radar, but in either case, he was taken down quickly, and now they're working to clear the scene and to reunite those students and teachers with their families. Again, it could have been a much different situation. Several agencies are now working together to continue with this investigation, and as we learn more, we'll continue to let you know more. But this is serving as an example that you just never know when something like this can happen, and that preparedness is just such a needed thing, especially in times like this.
Inside Temple Israel, they have early education. So kids as young as 20 months old to 5 years, so their parents drop them off. They may go to work, go back home, and their children are there for preschool and kindergarten. I think that's just a level of complication here with this, that these are children who don't have cell phones. So these are children who can't communicate, and these parents are in absolute limbo and agony. I think in this situation for maybe an hour and a half of wondering if their son or daughter is okay and if they're going to be reunited. Very young children who are going to have some mental and emotional scars as well as those
This
parents.
changes everything. You just put yourself in the shoes of those parents and spouses of those teachers who had to wait and just hope that everyone was okay. Arlene Ross Castillo is actually here on the scene. She spoke with someone earlier who said that he was waiting for his wife to make sure that he can get you reunited with her quickly. Elaine, what are you seeing out there?
Well, Terrence and Rochelle, I mean, you said it really well. This idea that there was so much time in between when people heard what happened and when they were told that things were handled. That's what I really heard from Sam Bennett. His wife is still inside. She works for J Family as a part-time employee, which is housed inside the JCC. And the feeling around here is heavy. There's really no other way to put it. It's this feeling of you almost don't know if you can relax and catch your breath. A lot of the people who are driving in and out that have nothing to do with this, people that are driving, because this is a pretty busy throughway, sorry, they're curious, but normally with the work that we do, when people see us on the side of the road, they try to gesture at us and get our attention, but that's really not happening here. Anyone who does stop and drive slowly is asking questions. They're not antagonizing. They're not trying to be trying to attract attention. They're just trying to understand. And from what Sam told us, he says that because of where everyone was in the facility, and you can tell it's fairly large, people tried to stay within where they were and were told to shelter in place. And he says that his wife was told to shelter in place and hide under a desk, and that any children that were in and around the area around them were brought into the rooms and brought under the desks as well. You know, something that really struck me was this happened in the middle of the day. So, you know, you have someone like Sam. He mentioned that he was at the Oakland County Courthouse about 25 minutes away. And he said it was one of the longest drives of his life, that he couldn't get here quick enough. And that feeling of not knowing is something that he'll never forget. He says that he's grateful that it ended the way that it did and that no one else was hurt. And I asked him if he had any thoughts about, what happened. And he said he doesn't know anything about the shooter. And obviously, we'll learn more, but he doesn't know how to feel. There's almost this numbness until he sees his wife. And I feel like that's something that we're going to be seeing not only today, but in the days ahead. I mean, Rochelle, you said yourself, there are children as young as 20 months here, just under 2 years old, no way to communicate. And, you know, parents may be hearing about this from us or from other outlets. So just to understand the gravity of the situation, but luckily this could have ended so much differently, and luckily, you know, it didn't. And now this community is really going to have to heal and figure out, you know, where we go from here. And I think one of the things that we're going to keep looking into is just, as we try to talk to more people, is really understanding how this community navigates this and what happens from here on out. But again, we'll be here throughout the afternoon and evening trying to learn more. But for now, reporting live, Elaine Rojas Castillo, CBS News Detroit.
All right, Elaine, thank you for that live report. CBS News has confirmed from sources on the ground that the suspect had a rifle in the vehicle, which is just so eerily similar, as we mentioned, to the attack on the LDS church in Grand Blanc less than 6 months ago.
So they did confirm that there was a firearm in addition to the bombs.
I really think in 99 situations out of 100, this would have been worse. If that man did, in fact, have a rifle in his car, that security guard may have made all the difference between this being a car crash and then a subsequent shooting with kids 20 months to 5 years old.
Yeah, it speaks to the intent there, which is just so scary and so disturbing. But again, it is such a rewarding thing to know that those security officers were in place and were able to control the situation as quickly as they did. We are thankful that they were there and were able to protect those students and that staff. Let's go now to Terrell Bailey, who is live for us. Terrell, what are you hearing?
You know, you all described this situation very accurate, very scary, very emotionally driven. I'm right here along Drake Road, probably at least a half a mile from that building where this unfortunate incident unfolded. So guys, I've been out here for about 30 minutes, and I mean, obviously you can look at the video and tell it's quite a robust law enforcement presence out here. Obviously, I've seen FBI, City of Novi, Oakland County Sheriff's Office, everyone coming together to respond to this incident. The good news is that person that drove the car into that building is no longer alive. So many people out here just trying to understand, why did this happen? I just spoke to a woman about, I'd say 20 minutes ago, and she told me she was actually driving down the road and she started to notice the law enforcement response. So that, you know, obviously prompted her to want to pull over and figure out what was going on. Then one thing that she said that stuck out to me, she said she noticed a mother on her phone, and she just had a level of distraught on her face running towards that building. Unfortunately, the woman, she didn't know, you know, whether or not that mother was able to get inside the building and retrieve their loved one or what have you. But she says just the response to see everyone, including law enforcement, come out here to this scene very fast. She was appreciative of all the different agencies within Oakland County. It appears right now that we have some people possibly walking from inside of that building, or that those may be law enforcement officers to the left. I'm not clear at this time, but of course we're going to continue to follow this situation. Now, I noticed one thing over here. I'm actually near a shopping center, if you will. All of the businesses, when I first arrived, they had signs at the front windows saying closed due to an emergency. So of course it seems all of these businesses are closed until this situation is rectified. Right now we are still waiting to hear more about this situation. We were just told from law enforcement they will be providing us an update around 5 o'clock. They are changing the staging location from here on Drake Road to the West Bloomfield Police Department. So of course at 5 o'clock we'll learn more information pertaining to this situation. But of course CBS News Detroit, we will remain out here as we continue to learn more about this tragic, unfortunate incident several months right after the situation that occurred in Grand Blanc. I feel like this is a situation we're reporting on all too often, but of course we will continue to follow this story and bring you all the latest once we learn it. Guys.
Terrell, thank you. I know your back is to them, but your photojournalist there was able to zoom in, and you could just see parents carrying out their toddlers. You know, it was very difficult to see and imagine the stories of those families who have been impacted today.
Yeah, and how scary this is for them, just hoping that everything is okay. Even though they got word, they still just want to see their children for themselves.
Yeah, and just the unknown for that hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. as adults were transporting very young children from Temple, Israel to JCC, and those parents were just in suspense and agony. We've learned a lot about this situation today, again, to bring you up to speed, what likely would have been an active shooter. We're told, CBS News has confirmed, a rifle in the car crashed through Temple, Israel, was able to drive all the way down a hallway, was subdued by security. One lone security guard able to subdue that threat, but likely would have seen a mass shooting involving very young children.
Yeah, and they were working very quickly. We heard from Sheriff Mike Bouchard several times today. He's been very transparent about what is going on, which the public appreciates. Let's go back to some of that interview that he gave us earlier today.
Here's what we know so far.
Someone said a biblical site in Israel was hit. Are you talking about the Al-Aqsa, where the missile struck near it? I don't think it hit it directly, but I'll double check and make sure.
Deceased in the vehicle. It's been complicated because there was some fire, to say the least, with that vehicle. We believe that individual is deceased. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever, okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay. So far, that's our information to this point. We have agencies from all over. Obviously, AETF is here, FBI. More than likely we'll be taking the lead on this based on some of the preliminary investigative information we have, but we're not going to go into that at this point. But we want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area. We're going to clear vehicles for any explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe was in the building at the time. So we're on path to continue to maybe pivot to, is there anybody else involved, and the investigative side of what's happened.
So you confirm that it was security that shot and killed the suspect here?
Well, we can't say what killed him at this point, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire.
Did the suspect have a weapon?
We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but he breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
So do we know, did he ever fire shots, the suspect?
See, this is some of the issues you run into with news. It's not really their fault in this case, but they're playing this guy's interview from earlier, and there's already been new information that came out that's already debunking what he's talking about now, saying that he's not sure if there was a gun or not. Well, we know there was. Now, apparently there's a rifle. So them showing this again, I don't know if it's really adding much value, but you know they have to keep looping stuff. They have to keep it entertaining, keep talking. 2012, Sheila. Wow. Might need to rotate that food.
We have deployed resources all across the county, just in case, out of an abundance of caution, that there may be a secondary site, but we...
This is a great question. How did they discover explosives in a vehicle that's on fire? I don't know if the vehicle's on fire or something else, but so I'm just reading chat. Yeah, so we don't know if the vehicle's on fire or the building, but that's a good question, because if the vehicle's on fire and it's full of explosives, one, how did they check the vehicle if it's on fire? And two, why did the explosives not go off?
Again, I can't tell you what he died of until we get a little further. We haven't actually gone into the car. It's still being cleared.
So we do know that the security guard shot this
They
shooter,
shot
at them, but it's unclear if he was killed by
because, you know, in
fire
situations like this, you never know. If somebody's trapped, sometimes they kill themselves. So the suspect was engaged. Is the clear...
This is breaking news now. Authorities have identified the suspect shooter in the Old Dominion University shooting. This was the two ROTC students that were hit. And it is Mohammed Jalloh, a Sierra Leone-born individual previously convicted of providing material support to ISIS and recently released from prison. So that's one of our shooters from all these different false flags that people are talking about. They could be real. We don't know yet. But so he's a Sierra Leone. Looks like he's... Based on his name, Muhammad, I would say he's probably Muslim. for Islamic and ISIS connections. So we'll see if this continues to be the trend between all these.
Were there explosives in his vehicle?
That's yet to be cleared.
How much damage to the building from the fire?
That I can't even tell you. You couldn't even see the hall was completely clear. We had to send people in with gas masks to clear that area.
How are the kids doing?
All the way in the building.
Do we know how fast he's going?
It's hard to say how fast. I mean, he was traveling with purpose down the hall from my look at the video.
Chief, this could have been a far worse situation considering the severity of it, him getting into the building, whatever may have been in the vehicle. Talk about just the response, those security guards, and how this could be far worse than what we're reporting and seeing right now.
No, absolutely. In fact, what I would tell you is that I am deeply proud of the response, not only from the security that was on site, but also of all the police officers and the firefighters that are here right now. We train on active shooter events a lot. The county has a consortium, Oak Tech, that trains the entire county on active shooter tactics, and that's something that we believe in and that we support, and I think that training certainly helped to mitigate what happened here today.
And the chief has been in contact with all of the
It looks like Netanyahu did a press conference. I'm trying to find the whole thing. But basically he's saying of Khomeini, which is Ali Khamenei's son, Mojaba, and Naim Qassem, if I were an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue life insurance policies on these two individuals. So he is threatening the lives of those two. And I believe Trump felt the same way. It says that Israel is also saying, this is Netanyahu directly, the Iranian regime has built a system to annihilate Israel through its proxies, ballistic missiles, and nuclear project. He says, we will not allow Iranians to develop existential threats to Israel. And he's saying they have to act fast because Iran is trying to take their nuclear development underground, which makes it harder to hit. He says, we're crushing the terror regime of Iran. Threats rise and fall, but when we become a regional power and in certain areas a global one, we can keep dangers away. What do you think he means by that? A regional power and in some areas a global one. Which areas? Netanyahu says there will be more surprises. That's a major thing people were taking away from that. He says he's required to maintain some degree of combat fog at this press conference, but that he believes there will be major surprises. Interesting. What I can tell you is that we have the upper hand far more than anticipated, and we will achieve all of our objectives. Interesting. You know, looks like it's not in English, so even if I find the whole thing, I wouldn't be able to translate. He says, I promised you that we would change the entire Middle East in terms of enemies and friends, and that Israel would be much stronger than ever. Everyone recognizes this now, including our neighbors, both enemies and friends. So he's saying out of this whole thing that's happened so far, they have shown how powerful and how strong they are to their enemies and their friends. Interesting. Trying to see if there's any new information on this Temple Israel. They haven't identified the shooter. I mean, if he is he burnt up in the vehicle? That's what I'm trying to find out. Is like, because he apparently got shot by the security guard. But they said if they found a gun and explosives in the vehicle, I would assume the vehicle did not burn up all the way, or at least they pulled them out before it blew up or burnt or whatever happened. So, where's the shooter and who's the shooter? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And that might not come out today. Sometimes they hold that information for a while, especially if the FBI is taking over.
There's so many schools in this area. So a lot of police presence out here, a lot of emergency vehicles. Nothing active happening right now, thankfully. We do know that situation has been handled, but there is still a lot of police activity in the area, a lot of traffic, a lot of roads blocked off, a lot of people being rerouted. So we are currently at a local strip mall, and this is a staging area for law enforcement. This is also where a lot of families have been directed to meet. Like I said, some of them then linking up with police officers who are taking them to wherever their children are and then bringing them back to this secure lot, and they are being reunited with their family and they're able to go home. So this is just very heavy for this community, obviously, for a lot of people who are touched by this. And we are just standing by to see what happens. But right now, again, we're just seeing a lot of families, a lot of young children, and a lot of them we know have so many questions. And as a parent, it's very hard to have these conversations with your very young children, but we have to. That's the day that we live in right now. But we're going to continue to stand by, continue to collect as much information as we can, and bring that to you all when we can. I'm going to send it back to you guys in studio, but for now, reporting live in West Bloomfield, Lauren Winfrey, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, thank you, Lauren. And you are so right. It is so hard to have those conversations, and also just to hear that they've had to have so many conversations leading up to this about threats and just making sure that they're prepared and having those precautions in place with such young children in mind. It's like, it's a shame that we have to do this, but you do. And that preparedness really came into play today, and it really helped save some lives.
Yeah, having to anticipate is horrific. Having to anticipate is just heartbreaking, but thankfully it was anticipated, and that is so evidently clear. Temple Israel had security in place. We heard from Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard that they go through extensive training for this situation, and he also alluded to the fact that in the last 2 weeks, they've been more prepared than ever because of our political and our global climate right now. So it's just an unfortunate thing about the way that we live. Earlier you mentioned we just had tornado drills. You know, we crawled under a desk, we put a book over our head, and we did that once a year, and we called it a day. These children are anticipating attacks, and they are being taught exactly what to do and how to do it and where and when. And thankfully that preparation is in place. You know, when we have incidents like today, this could have been so much worse 99 times out of 100. But it's just so sad that we're even here.
It's so sad, and we're so grateful that they are okay and that they did follow those protocols, and that the agencies have been communicating with each other and being transparent and talking about a plan to have in place. If you just put yourself in that situation, imagine the fact that someone rams a truck into the building in the middle of the day. You're just totally not prepared for something like that to happen. There's all of this smoke that you see as a result of what happened, and you're having to think on your feet in that moment. Every second counts in terms of what decision you make. And they made the right decisions today to be able to clear this scene. You
can talk with us here. Actually, there might be some guys in here. Just stay with us, folks. This is live. We're going to just try to coordinate this as we're moving. But let's see if these guys can, they might be waiting to pick up some folks as well. How you doing, sir? Good. I'm Dave Kinchin with Fox 2. I imagine you have kids here at West Bloomfield High School, right? Can we talk to you a little bit? We're on live here. Just want to get your thoughts on all of this. Paint the picture of what you've been told. What's your name, sir?
Phil Brown.
Phil, you've been waiting how long to pick up your kids here?
Well, I have 3 kids in the school district, so they usually come up at 2. What time? Phil, what time do you usually pick you up? 2:23. 2:23.
Okay, we heard this lockdown had been going on for about 3 hours. Yeah. What's been going through your mind when you heard about all this?
It's okay, because we get emails and texts from the school district, so everything was pretty good. And they gave us what happened and everything. So
yeah, I mean, you hear about a lockdown at the school, you know, with this tragic incident that happened nearby. What went through your mind right away?
As long as they're safe, because they have their phones.
Okay.
You know, as long as they're safe, I'm good.
Gotcha. So being able to keep in touch with your kids, that's the main thing.
Right. Exactly.
Gotcha. All right,
and
Phil.
The school district gives they give more than enough notifications for the parents. So that's a good thing.
That's relief to the parents from the school district. Good.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Phil Brown, did you say?
Phil Brown.
All right, Phil, thank you for your time, sir. Really appreciate you talking to us live on Fox 2. So, again, the situation seems to be certainly calming here. Give you another live look. I mean, this is everybody leaving the school. I don't know if this is maybe a checkpoint. Just looks like West Bloomfield Police on one side of the street there, Oakland County Sheriff on the other. You got parents here coming in to pick up their kids. You've got a very organized process. The buses all appear to be gone.
So let me show this here really quick. So this is World Source News saying Iranian missile launches at Tel Aviv, saying that there should be sirens expected within a few minutes. So that was 2 minutes ago. So let's see if that's accurate. I'm actually really interested to see. Detection of missile launch. That was 3 minutes ago. That was an early warning. All right, so let's see. Let's see if it's accurate. So in the next couple minutes, we should hear some sirens. Oh, look at that. That was extremely accurate. They must have been intercepted. I should get a message here shortly if they were. Those missiles were heading towards Jerusalem area. Give me 1 second on the radio. Those missiles were from Iran heading towards Israel. Oh, sorry. I left the message up. Thanks, Kimberly. That's been the #1 thing I've been doing, I've noticed, is I'll pop up a message or forget about it and leave it there for too long. So I will work on that. THAAD system from Korea. As far, I mean, if it gets flown, it can be within a day or two, but I'm not sure how they're going to move it. So I've not seen the all clear yet. So typically you would get an all clear in the So Far app, and I have not seen one, so that means there may still be some incoming. It's a pretty big area that it was heading towards. But you saw how accurate that was. That account posted, it said, hey, we just had an alert. We should have some sirens here in a couple minutes, and almost like exactly dead on. It was like a minute or two later, the sirens went off. I need to hire an octopus. Yep. Or become an octopus. Carolyn Levitt released a statement that the Iranian drone threatened California was fabricated. That would be interesting if that's true, because it came from the FBI, apparently. At least that's what the source said. So let me double check on that and make sure.
Victimized by lone gunmen who've come in and hurt people. We've seen this at temples, mosques, you name it. But I guess my question to you is, how do you process hate when it's directed against you? And I think that's probably a question of maturity and maybe some evolution. But it seems hard if someone is attacking people. In this day and age, we just pick up our phones and you post something someone didn't like and someone's attacking you. This pales in comparison to the kind of thing we're seeing here. How do you process this kind of hate?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And
Netanyahu just said we have hit nuclear infrastructure. We eliminated, we eliminated a very senior nuclear scientist. There will be many more surprises. We will maintain the fog of war and intend to achieve all the objectives with God's help.
But it's also, we have generations of strength behind us as well, and knowing that we get through things. It's hard not to take it personally, and I think it's really coming together as a community and sharing the pain of this. I think it's not a good thing to expect people to get over it too quickly. Yeah. You know that in Judaism we have a mourning process. You know, when someone dies, there are rituals, and then after a week there are rituals, and 30 days, and you know there's a process of going from your deepest grief to sort of back in the world. So I want to make sure that we're not pushing people too far to be, oh, don't worry about anything. We've got it all covered. Because first of all, I don't even believe it, because the world's a scary place. The whole world is a scary place. But if we show that we show up every day, that we're here to support each other, that services will continue, classes will continue, then over time, it will be better. But if I just tell people, oh, just get over it, don't worry, we're fine, they won't believe me, I won't believe me, and it doesn't help. And so I think that walking through this trauma together, though, will help.
The trauma that everyone's feeling.
Looks like this was the interception of either one. I don't know if they only shot one missile. They have been doing volleys of just one or two missiles from Iran at times. But this was an intercept by a Arrow 2 missile. And that's what we see a lot of that. You know, these alerts go out, the alarms go off, and they intercept it. So, which is good. Obviously, we don't want them to get hit. But obviously, Beirut has just been getting carpet bombed. Let's see. Allegedly, maybe, perhaps. What's up with the freaking temple? Basically, they had a gunman that showed up with bombs in his car. He rammed into the building, and he engaged with a security guard who took him out. And there was some fire. I don't know if the car was on fire or something in the building caught fire. And they're still digging more into see, like, you know, obviously he had intentions of hurting people, but no one got hurt besides him getting killed and a security guard that got hit by the vehicle that's expected to be fine.
is obviously is a huge problem in our community, in our country, and something and in our world, and we hope that it's addressed by each and every one of us who has any responsibility to talk to others out there to diminish hate. Rabbi Bergman, I want to thank you for your time.
I appreciate you doing this. It really it's so reassuring to the community to have this kind of coverage.
Reassuring to have you on camera talking to everyone. Thank you for your time.
All right, as you see there, we've been listening into this reporting from our partners there at Fox 2 in Detroit, really doing an incredible job staying on top of this developing story from the moment that it broke there in West Bloomfield, Michigan. And so we did want to make sure we're able to bring you that coverage here on Live Now from Fox. We did want to let you know that this incident happened shortly after the noon hour. A vehicle did drive through the front entrance of Temple Israel. That's a synagogue there in West Bloomfield. Ultimately, no civilians were hurt in this incident. There was the security guard, though, that was hit by a vehicle. They have since been hospitalized. We do expect an update on their condition in just a little while. But we also know the suspect in this attack is now dead. And so as we're continuing to learn information, more reaction is also coming in to our newsroom. I want to put this up on your screen. This is from Fox's Aisha Hasni, saying this: the president has been briefed on the shooting in Michigan, according to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And so we are expecting to hear from President Trump. He has an event that's scheduled to begin at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And so he might have remarks on this. Once we go to that, we'll take you out to it in full without any commercial interruption. Also want to put this up on your screen. This is there from the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, saying that this is heartbreaking. Michigan's Jewish community should be able to live and practice their faith in peace. Anti-Semitism and violence have no place in Michigan. Going on there to go ahead to have other reaction coming in from the Senator Gary Peters, ending his statement off here saying that anti-Semitism has no place in our society and we must come together to condemn this horrible violence. We heard once again from the other senator there in Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin, putting this out on her social media, ultimately saying that she is still tracking that shooter in situation in West Bloomfield Township, saying that all communities and acts of terror and anti-Semitism must be.
So based on one of you guys that shared it in the chat, I just wanted to verify. It does say White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pushed back on ABC News report that the FBI warned police departments in California that Iran wanted to retaliate using drones, like in California, for example. She said that the post and story should be immediately retracted by ABC News for providing false information to intentionally alarm American people. They wrote this based on one email that was sent to local law enforcement in California about a single unverified tip. So there was something, right? So this wasn't based on nothing. The email even states the tip was based on unverified intelligence, yet ABC News left out this critical fact in their story. Why? So I find that interesting. So she's saying that ABC News should take it down, but she's also saying that it was based on a tip they got. So a tip that the government got or the local police. So I don't know if that negates it or not, but it definitely, they weren't happy that ABC put that out publicly like that. Oh, we have commercial break. They're starting their music commercials. We don't like those. All right, so while we're waiting on that, let's go look through these. So flight radar. All right, let's check the U.S. first. Let's check Poseidon's. We're looking to see if they're looking for subs still. All right, so these are the planes that look for nuclear radiation, usually specifically from submarines. That one just took off. That one just took off. And that one, and that one. Okay, so nothing there. Okay, so earlier we had one that was circling off the east coast over here, east coast of Florida. And like I said, they're looking for nuclear radiation from submarines. So now, I'm looking in here, and they're looking for something down here as well. Typically when they're circling like this, I don't know if it guarantees that they have a sniff, right? Or that they have found something. Obviously, they can't really do anything about whatever they find. They can alert people, but that usually means there might be something there in that location. So let me screenshot that real quick too. Alright, so we have that one there. All the other ones were just taken off, so they haven't done anything yet. We have one circling in Vegas, or where's that at? National Park is being circled by one. I think a lot of these are just transiting right now. That one's circling. So these could be looking for radiation on land, like dirty bombs and that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if they routinely do this. Typically they're over water. And then we have this guy here, went up the coast. Did a couple circles off of the west coast here. West coast of California. So, I mean, they're definitely on alert, but this one down here is probably the most alarming, considering that this one's here right now, and there was just one a couple hours ago off on the east coast of Florida. Doesn't mean anything's imminent. It just means that they may have found something in the water, like a Russian sub or something. And this one is looping around. I don't know if it's looking for radiation on land. This one's not over water right now. But this one before was always off the east coast of like Muscat and the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, a lot of people hearing about possible dirty bombs and stuff like that. Yeah, someone says, let me see, where's it at? Corbin Diaz says they do that over in Tucson, over the base for practice. Yeah, I figured it could definitely be some practicing if they're not over water. And they could also be, you know, making sure that the sensors are functioning properly and that kind of stuff too. That's a good question. Why do Jewish people get attacked here in the U.S. and not Iranians? It's a good question. All right, so we saw those. Let's look at all the planes now, all the military planes. I haven't seen any drones down here for a couple of days now. But we have our typical government specialty jets flying people around. We have cargo. We have Globemasters moving freight. Hercules as well. A lot of freight. We have a couple of straddle tankers. Earlier we had 7 or 8 of them in here. And then shortly after that we saw the attack in Iran. Actually, let me see. How long does it take? How long for... I think they're using a lot of F-22s. F-22 to get from Haifa to Tehran. It says an F-22 Raptor can fly from Haifa to Tehran in approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. So fairly quick. Okay. And of course we have our little buddy here still hanging out. This little drone off the east coast of Cyprus, between Cyprus and Lebanon. Probably doing recon on that kind of stuff and looking for any incoming missiles or anything that may be coming in from that direction. I don't know if they have radars on drones. I don't know if they're big enough for that, but this is an NQ9 protector. So let's see what that, you can see a picture here. So it's a decent size. I don't see why it wouldn't be able to have some kind of radar or something in it. It's moving pretty good. All right. So let's get this back to a good spot. Strait of Hormuz. Things are still moving. We know we have some ships. I wish we could see... I'll have to learn the software or this website a little bit better and see if there's some way to see if any of them were like giving out emergency signals and stuff like that. I'm not sure if that would show in this app. but it definitely shows, you know, the congestion is less. Looks like there's a good amount leaving. Or trying to leave, I should say. Pentagon Pizza, we're down to just one with a spike. Earlier we had 4, and one was over 800% spike in ordering of pizza in the area. We're starting to have a few more spaces of radiation in the U.S., and then we have this one here down in UAE. I never did figure out what this was. Let's look and see if there's any historic data here. It looks like a lot of times they're in that well, they had a couple lower, but typically 140 to 200 and something is pretty normal for them. And right now they're at 205, so I guess it's not too out of the ordinary for that location. No incoming launches or anything that it's showing. And no earthquakes in that area. What do we have here, though? Indonesia. 5.2 in Indonesia. And remember, this was the area previously where they had like a, what was that? I think it was Box Day, where they had 250,000 people that died on multiple different coasts from the tsunamis. I believe it originated in this general area. We have some in Alaska. It's pretty typical. 4.6 in Vancouver. 4.5 in New Columbia. So nothing too crazy at the moment. We originally brought up the earthquake stuff because we wanted to see, we saw a few questionable earthquakes in Iraq, or in Iran, near Shiraz. We saw 2 in one day, right in that area near a base. So I know they're seismically active, but someone says, sorry, okay. Sorry, typing problems. I think you're still having some typing problems. Are you okay over there, Penny? Someone says look at Stellarium. Let me see. Stellarium site.
You're trying to shuttle as young as 6 months old to 6-year-old. These are babies out of all of this chaos. Get everyone to safety. I mean, that scene is just so terrifying. And it's unbelievable how not only just, you know, we've talked so much about law enforcement and their incredible response. What about the teachers,
Absolutely.
right? The teachers, the daycare workers and all of that knew what to do, that I'm sure grabbed little kids, got everybody out of there. I know there's a security plan in place, but what a terrifying situation for these kids.
And Jessica, you talk often about the law enforcement approach to things, and one thing that we often don't think about right away is the security folks who often are retired law enforcement who are working in these places of worship. And I know one of those folks is Mike Harville. He's he helps. We now are getting confirmation that the man was armed with a rifle.
Yeah,
and that's something that early reporting
that's what
you
we
had
been hearing, is that there was a rifle found in the vehicle, but because there was so much fire and that kind of thing, we held off on reporting because you know, things can look a certain way. But yeah, chemical agents found inside of the vehicle and a rifle at this point. We have confirmed.
And it eerily seems like so much of a copycat from what we saw in that Grand Blanc situation, in which the person had both of those as well. Mike Harville does security at churches, teaches and trains places of worship all over Metro Detroit, how to deal with this kind of a threat. And Mike joins us on the phone. It's always good to talk to you, Mike. Thanks for being with us here today.
Absolutely, Rube.
Mike, I want to give us an indication. You're getting new information. Jessica's sources had indicated that there was a rifle. We just now confirmed that inside the vehicle, plus possibly some kind of incendiary devices or explosives. Kind of paint the picture for us. What do you look at when in a situation like this?
Well, it's interesting that this scenario is almost identical to what happened in Grand Blanc, where there was explosives or incendiary devices inside the vehicle. And so when we spoke earlier, I talked about how if a vehicle crashes into the building, we want...
This is insane. This is satellites around the Earth. I mean, are there millions of them? Like, this is... When I picture satellites, I don't picture it like this. I know we had that movie WALL-E, where there were so many that when they left, they were hitting them on the way out, but that just seems a little excessive. I don't know, what's this one flashing? What are these flashing things here? Can I click on it? Okay, I don't know what the flashing means. Hopefully it's not like a Russian bomb or something. But that is crazy. So does that mean every time there's a launch of anything, are we hitting satellites on the way out? I mean, obviously they're tiny. They might be even smaller than what we're seeing here. Clearly. But yeah, that's pretty funky.
And what about the ability of that truck to make its way inside, at least partially, to the facility? I mean, to me, that seems a bit of a soft target. It's odd in the sense that this temple in particular is very, very much outfitted. What do you make of that?
Well, I find it interesting they were able to find a vulnerable spot, because I know the Jewish Federation is very good at protecting their buildings. And to have found a vulnerable spot is a bit unique. And so I think, you know, for somebody to do that, first of all, they need to have a bit of a hefty vehicle to do it. You know, a little subcompact car is may not even get in the building to cause some damage. So they're going to need a rather hefty truck. But at this point, I'm sure what's going to happen is the Jewish Federation is going to step back and take a look and say, okay, what can we do better to protect this building in the future? Which we're all going to be doing that.
Well, by the way, just as we continue our conversation with you, Mike, we understand President Trump.
Some of you guys are asking about Cassia with Daily Fredo. She has been posting. She's been doing daily Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk videos. So as of right now, I think she's doing okay. And I haven't heard about any more attacks directly on Cyprus. So I think right now she's doing pretty well.
In the country, and as he does that in a few minutes here, we're going to go live to the White House for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Mike, you know, you're looking at...
Sounds like Trump's going to be speaking here shortly. I'm not sure if he's going to address this stuff, but I think they're going to try to get him to answer something about this attack and these recent attacks.
But on the top part of your screen, I saw a lot of tanks coming from all over. And then when I got on I-75, there I saw them again. Every school on the way had police there. Police were all heading there, from Keego Harbor to Macomb County deputies. Talk about that unified front against this type of a threat.
Oh, absolutely. There's a system called the Incident Command.
And real quick, guys, if you can hit that like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And I will be moving everything over to Off-Script Radio for the war coverage, and I will have a 24/7 stream that will be going over there as well here shortly. And it's Off-Script Radio, all one word, on YouTube. I'll put that in the chat. So if you can go over there, subscribe, and that's where all this stuff will be living after this, after probably the next week or so. And then I'll continue doing Charlie Kirk coverage and stuff here. Thanks, Kentucky Girl. And then I will move everything over there for war stuff, but I'll keep doing my firearms stuff and Charlie Kirk and that kind of thing over here in my interviews on Trigger Smart.
It's a very well thought out and very well organized system that was implemented by FEMA after 2011, or after 9/11, I'm sorry.
And Mike, we talked to this earlier with Rabbi Bergman, a local rabbi here, and, you know, talking about how do you make places of worship not a fortress? And it seems like even in some of the most well-secured facilities, there are such things as a soft target or a vulnerable space. What do you do? I mean, how much more can these facilities take? Because it sort of seems like the folks that, the bad actors in all of this, they find a way if they really want it bad enough.
And that's going to happen. They're going to search, and usually if somebody has done something at a church or a synagogue, and I can't speak to this particular situation, but in 90% of the cases, they've already been there. They've scoped out the location and found some vulnerable spots. They've been looking. And the biggest thing that we can do is put things outside the building, like bollards. They've been talking about that. Or you could do landscape type stuff that could stop a vehicle. Big boulders can work and still look rather pleasant as part of the landscaping.
FBI Director Kash Patel says the FBI is now treating today's Old Dominion University shooting in Virginia as a terrorism investigation and is assisting local authorities following the incident. So that's where the 2 ROTC students were hit. And we saw the person was from Sierra Leone, and they were supposedly associated in some kind of way with ISIS. So I wonder what's going to happen with this Temple Israel shooter. I wonder if there's some other connection that way too.
The Christian school down there a few years ago, the shooter had left a diatribe, and she wrote that in that diatribe that she had visited 2 other schools and noticed they had no presence in the parking lot, a security presence, and she knew she wouldn't be able to get her guns into the building, so she chose the school she went to.
And Mike, talk a little bit about the response. We don't know exactly the whole lay of the land and the timeline, but these security officers, I'm told there's 2 or 3 staffed at any given time at the temple. The fact that they were able to neutralize the threat, as they say, very quickly before anybody could get hurt, that's some pretty incredible response time.
It is. In fact, people that are in the security realm are usually referred to as immediate responders because we have the first responders, but the first responders still take a few minutes to get there. And so a lot can happen in just 2 or 3 minutes. So you have your immediate responders, and it's a pretty well-known fact that what stops a gun is another gun. And so if you have a bad guy with a gun, having a good guy with a gun can save a lot of lives.
That's really, really important. I do want to just point out, and you can comment on this, Mike, we're getting alerts. And by the way, if you see Jessica and I on our phones, we have sources who are texting us, plus we have information from the station that they're telling us. So one of the things I'm hearing right now, this is the second one I've gotten, an alert from different cities. Huntington Woods now basically saying, look, we are aware of what's happening out in West Bloomfield.
This is interesting. Earlier today, an armed individual opened fire at Old Dominion University, which we've been talking about. It was just designated a terror investigation, leaving 1 person dead and 2 others wounded. The shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued him. Actions that undoubtedly saved lives along with the quick response of law enforcement. So the shooter is deceased. Did the students kill him? Or did they hold him down and then law enforcement shot him once they got there? Like that seems strange. That doesn't really add up. It says the FBI is now investigating the shooting as an act of terrorism. Like we said, the Joint Terrorism Task Force is fully engaged. Pray for the victims. But the part where it says the shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued him. I'm actually interested, did the students kill him as part of this? Did the law enforcement kill him? And the students like let go of him long enough for the... I mean, that seems strange to me. There's a lot of weird stuff going on about these today. You know, if these are legitimate, then it's terrible. But if these are like false flag type setups, like the stories aren't really making a lot of sense in some cases.
Business institution. Across the country today, women are finding unique ways to balance career ambition and family. We all know these incredible women. They dominate America's workforce now more than ever before. As a visionary, I know success is not born overnight, but rather takes shape after a long and sometimes challenging process. Often alone at the top, I follow my passion, listen to my instinct, and always maintain a laser focus. In solitude, my creative mind dances, filling my imagination with originality. Attention to detail, demanding schedules, and multitasking are everyday realities when building towards success. The principle resonates across all my roles as a mother, humanitarian, philanthropist, and entrepreneur. As well as with my new film, where I shaped its creative direction, served as a producer, managed post-production, and activated the marketing campaign. Curiosity is a core value that keeps me ahead of the curve. Curiosity begets knowledge, opening doors to ideas and industry that I have otherwise overlooked. This unrestricted mindset has led me to build across very different sectors: fashion, digital assets, publishing, accessories, skincare, commercial television, and of course, filmmaking. The lessons I learned when launching my earliest ventures, such as how to build a brand, create superior product design, and activate an advertising campaign, remains just as relevant today. Markets evolve, technologies change, but the fundamentals of thoughtful leadership and continuous learning are everlasting. To all of the young women, entrepreneurs, and future leaders, make time for yourself, educate yourself daily, and spread your passion. Be courageous and take risks. Advance your profession through inspiration. Be a bold chief executive while keeping your family, if you choose so, at the center of your nation's future. And now, it is my privilege to introduce our Commander-in-Chief, who throughout his career has demonstrated a strong commitment to promoting women in leadership roles. Please welcome the President Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Movie star, can you believe this? Can you believe it? That wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to have a nice, normal life. But she's terrific and big success. And I think it was #1 last night streaming. It went on streaming last night. It was #1. So I don't know. Maybe she's getting a little too big for the White House. We'll have to think about it. Anyway, thank you, honey. She really is something. I want to really congratulate you, and I want to thank everyone for being here today. It's very exciting. It's always exciting to be with you. We love women. Women are the whole deal, okay? And today is very special because we celebrate Women's History Month. That's what it's about every year. And before we begin, I want to send our love to the Michigan Jewish community and all of the people in Detroit area following the attack on the Jewish synagogue early today. And I've been briefed, fully briefed, and it's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen. On another front, an entirely different front, the situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now. We're honored to be joined by many extraordinary ladies, working moms, and amazing women who are making history themselves. You really are. I want to thank Second Lady Usha Vance, who's a fantastic person. Where is Usha? Usha?
I'm actually curious if every channel is going to be playing this at the same time. Yeah, it looks like most people are watching this Women's History Month event on all the different stations now. Let's see if Al Jazeera is also doing that. Yep. They sure are. All right. Well, I know myself. I don't want to hear that at the moment. Trying to see if there's anything else that's available.
He also confirmed the necessity of continuing the defensive activity.
Supposedly, let me see if this is true.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work.
So supposedly this is a statement from Ali Khamenei's son, Machaba, the one that supposedly got injured at the beginning of the war, who may not have legs and might be in a coma, according to some sources.
Here's Iran's new supreme leader speaking now.
Aims and goals have been foiled and aborted. He also confirmed the necessity of continuing the defensive activity, and he also added that it's important to continue the closure of Hormuz Strait, or the Strait of Hormuz. Also, he said the path of the war, or the route of the war, will continue depending on the interests of the parties. Also, he expressed his solidarity with those who lost their lives and with the wounded and their families, and confirmed that there will be revenge for the blood of the martyrs, particularly the children who are in the school of Mina. In another part, the Supreme Leader pointed out that there will be a message to the officials in the countries of the region. They must know that Iran is quite keen on the relations between Iran.
Okay, I don't know about that. That seems like a propaganda-y type of like pre-recorded thing. I mean, if he's messed up like they said he is, he's not saying all that. Senator Lindsey Graham says, yet another reminder of how cruel, hate-filled anti-Semitism can be. To those involved in protecting the synagogue, God bless you. To my Jewish brothers and sisters, keep the faith. America is with you. If history has taught us anything, confronting evil comes at a price, but the biggest price to be paid is to appease evil. And someone asked Grok to verify it. Let's see what Grok says. Confirmed. This was in fact his words. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Based on those previous alarms, we might be hearing some sirens here shortly. If the missiles actually make it that far towards Israel, we might be hearing them here again. Looks like it's heading towards Kiryat Shimona. Looks like a pretty small area. I wonder if this is like a single missile. I don't see any lunches or anything. Yeah, it looks like basically every single station is playing Trump right now, doing the this women's speech. I keep hearing mixed reviews on this. Remember we talked about Russia supposedly helping give intelligence. Russia and China actually both giving intelligence information to Iran to use for targeting. So that's what I've been hearing a lot. And saw something today that they said, like, Putin said that he's like giving information. And then we have this guy here apparently saying that they're not. So I don't know what's going on.
Ambassador, Russia reporters giving Iran specific advice on drone tactics. The Russians seem to be really helping the Iranians. The Russians seem to be winning in this situation so far. Would you dispute that?
Well, a couple things is, there's no indication that we can talk about publicly that the Russians are participating with the Iranians. And in fact, Steve Witkoff has said that the Russians told him that they are not. But even if they are, it's certainly not helpful because the Iranians are getting their butts kicked by the United States.
Ambassador, Russia reporters giving Iran specific advice.
So even that wasn't definitive. He says, even if they are, we're still kicking Iran's butt, but there's no proof that they are, but we're not sure if they're not. So, yeah. Yeah, they can't talk about publicly, exactly. The propaganda everywhere. All right, I think... Let me do one last sweep here. I've noticed the last couple of times that I got off, then there was attacks that happened right when I got off. It's happened the last 2 times. So I've been staying on a little bit longer, just to make sure I don't miss. Last 2 times I got off, the second I got off, alarm started, Beirut got hit really hard. Some other stuff came out. Bahrain had something get hit. We had a radar get hit. So I will wait a little bit longer. And while we're doing this, if anyone hasn't already, make sure you guys go over to Off Script Radio. I know some of you guys are new just coming in here. But go over to Off Script Radio. It's just OFF Script Radio, all one word. And this is where all this stuff is going to live. This is my backup account for Trigger Smart. But I'm just going to convert this and use this for 24/7 monitoring. There'll be a live stream with live cams and military radio, and that stuff will be playing in the background. And then I also have all the intel stuff that you guys watch on this, like with flight radar and everything, will be cycling through. So that will be there, and I'll probably end up doing these live streams over there as well. The ones, at least the live streams related to the war, and then anything that's Charlie Kirk and all that stuff and firearms related and interviews and stuff will stay on Trigger Smart. So make sure you go over there and subscribe. And then make sure you guys like over here, like the stream, show it some love, subscribe and share this around. And I will probably, like I said, let's take bets. How many of you think that there's going to start an attack right when I get off? Put a 1 if you think there's going to be an attack the second we get off, and put a 2 if you think that nothing's going to happen. This happens almost every single time. Someone says they're listening while charting on their patients. I appreciate you listening, but make sure you're make sure you're focusing on those patients. My brother's a X-ray tech, and I think he also does. I think he does ultrasounds too. But yeah, he tells me all kinds of stories. People are stopping and dancing and doing different things while they're supposed to be working, doing TikToks. All the nurses and stuff. Just waiting to see if anything comes through on the radio. Nope. Oh. All right, I guess nothing's coming through. Sometimes you never know. So it looks like a lot of you guys are saying you think an attack's going to happen right when we get off. That's what I'm like still holding on here for a little bit. But I know this time of day is when a lot of stuff ramps up, like Candace and all that stuff. So I don't even try and be live during all that because basically, 90% of people head that way. So definitely want to thank the mods. Thank everyone for the super chats. Thank all the channel members. Everyone that's been supportive. German Shepherd Loki says, love the channel. Thank you for keeping us informed. And like I said, I'll get everything set up for Offscript Radio. I'll get that 24/7 stream all in place. And then I will announce that on Trigger Smart itself on this channel so that everyone knows when it's ready. But I appreciate you all being here. And, I guess appreciate the attack that comes up here shortly. But I'll see you on the next one.